Andy, ready? Brianna, we ready? Okay. Good evening, everybody. We'll call the Clovis City Council meeting to order for August 10th, 2026 at 6 p.m. At this time, Councilmember Bessinger will lead us in the flag salute.
Please join me in saluting the flag of our nation. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our city clerk, Para, please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Ashbeck? Here. Councilmember Baskell? Here. Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce? Here. And Mayor Moanatua?
Here. I'll just read this for the record. The City of Clovis now offers remote public participation through WebEx. Members of the public wishing to address the council remotely must join using the audio features only and remain muted until recognized and called on. Public comments will be taken first from those attending in person, followed by remote participants. Anyone providing public comment will be asked to provide their name and address for the record, and doing so is voluntary and not a condition for participating in the meeting. The same time limits apply to both in-person and remote speakers. To request to speak, click the raise hand button in WebEx, or if joining by telephone, press *3. The City of Clovis encourages respectful participation for all members of the public. Okay. This time we're going to move to public comments. Public comment is for items that are within our jurisdiction but not on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Bill Scott, 341 Evergreen, Clovis. Mayor, I've been real respectful for that 3-minute rule, and today I'm going to ask a little bit of indulgence to allow me to go over. You've let other people go way beyond it, and I just want a little bit more time. I'm talking about what happened last week, and this, you mentioned to read this. Well, I've got it, and I've been reading it. And instead of better roads, safer streets, it seems to me this is more bike lanes and less roads. There's a lot of talk in there about what you must do for bike lanes, and they're very generous. But there's also talk about what you can't do to increase traffic flow and street lanes. So the idea that this is being done to get me out of my car into a bike or a bus, I think that's exactly what this is doing. And the people that are doing it, they don't like me because I drive my Hemi-powered Ram pickup down to Sabart and bring 4 bags of groceries home, and they don't like that, okay? The big reason that I'm against this, though, is because the way government spends money. I see government as this giant maw that you guys just take boxcars full of money and throw down there. It doesn't matter whether it's city, county, state, or federal. And I don't get ever much benefit that comes from that. But there's this terrible noise that comes up out of this hole that goes, more. And you guys go running around trying to find ways to get more money to put in there. And that's why I'm voting no for this. Now, on top of this, when you went after Diane, I don't think it's just on this thing alone. Diane was the first one to make a big thing out of the drag queen story hours in the libraries. I don't understand how that ever came about. Who thinks that's a good idea? Yet somewhere along the line, a drag queen group went into a library and they said, we'd like to have a story hour in your kids section. And somebody said, oh, that sounds like a good idea, let's do that. To me, that's something that person should have been taken to jail for contributing to the delinquency of a minor, if not a lot of other things. And Diane's the only one here that fought against that. And now she's working against boys and girls sports. And that, again, to me, is reprehensible nonsense. If you're going to have a boy and girl sports, what do you have girl sports for, right? Yet when a group came to Clovis and said they want to use our facilities to have track and field games, all of you, every one of you, could have said, we'd love to have you, but you can't have boys and girls sports. Diane's the only one that did that. She spoke out a lot, and nobody wanted to back her up. And then, Drew, last week, you jumped on her for using the word woke, weak, and rhino. I mean, those aren't bad words from the other side. I'm being called a Nazi and a fascist. So it's like you want to have a tea and crumpet party, and we're all sitting here with our little fingers up, smiling at each other, while the other group comes in there, smashes up your china, and pours rum in the tea, right? And the idea about me being called a Nazi, I kind of have to laugh at this because people don't know what that means. In order to be a Nazi or a fascist requires you to be a socialist. Now, some people don't agree with that, but you look it up and that's exactly what it is. Yet I'm called that.
Bill, I'm going to have to ask you to,
I'll-
because of these internet rules, it's a little bit harder to keep
Okay.
equal 3 on those online and
Real
3
quick, I'll finish this.
Okay.
We just finished the Declaration of Independence Party, and in there it gives the role of what government it is. Government's there, and you all took an oath on that. Our government is there to secure our God-given rights, and it receives its powers from the consent of the people. We didn't consent to boys and girls sports. We didn't consent to bike lanes. We didn't consent to any of these other things. Now, after Diane got beat up last week, I want to say that if she's willing to continue this charge, I'm going to be standing right there beside her because she's been told to stay in her own lane. That's my lane. And I'm going to be right there with her, whatever she does. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Hi, I want to make a comment about a concern I have. On one of the sites chosen in the lawsuit, I believe. Huh?
Name? Can you get your name?
Des
Okay.
Martinez.
Are you talking about item 4?
No,
So you're not talking about any of the sites
no.
that are on
I'm talking
item
about a concern that I have regarding the Housing Trust Fund for that.
4? Okay, the trust fund. okay.
Yeah, for the Housing Trust Fund, you guys have had out an affordable housing already chosen project from, Better Opportunity Builders and Fresno Housing Authority. It's been a long time you guys have been sitting on the Housing Trust Fund, so I want to put on record that you guys are still sitting on the Housing Trust Fund. We still don't have anything built. We still don't have anything approved. We're still not approved by the state for tax credit. And I just feel that you guys sitting on the $1.8 million is preventing other developers from doing affordable housing here in Clovis. So I want to make that on the record. And another thing I'm concerned about, Vong, is a statement that you said on the record. My concern is that you're going to contact the state of California and tell them you built 24 affordable housing complex units and only build 3. Does that sound familiar? I want to put that on record. Those are your comments that you made. So you stated on record that you would lie to the state of California in order not to build affordable housing here. So that's a very large concern that you would actually lie to our government. Are you a registered lobbyist? So I definitely have a concern about that.
You're not registered.
Please.
And Christina Mansfield, she needs to go back to her mama and daddy's trust fund. I wish they would pick you up.
Okay. Please, can you, Des, just comment on what's on
Okay,
the record.
and yeah,
please.
shut her
Okay,
up, please.
So,
She's making a scene.
is that it?
But yeah, that's
Okay,
it.
thank you, Des. Okay.
Good afternoon, or evening rather, folks. My name is Settler Brown. I'm a resident at 3985 Everglade and 93619 in Harlan Ranch. I want to make a public comment today at the pleasure of the council, is to talk a little bit about leadership and what it is and what it is not. It's not necessarily, again, I come from a communication background. I've taught communication for over 6 years, so I'm very adept in, at least I think, of being able to explain this. But what I want to say is that leadership is not being able to call things out as you see them. It's about representing the best parts of yourself, adding your strengths to a group effort to be able to celebrate victories with one another and try to bounce off everyone else's positive synergy to be able to create positive outcomes for the good of the citizens of Clovis and the staff of the city of Clovis as well. It's not about getting into diatribes at every opportunity and making conflict in the council and then taking it out to KMJ, to GEV Wire, and to social media and Facebook to get people riled up for a cause. When you engage the public with your title, even if the Brown Act says you can't conduct legislative business, you still represent the city of Clovis on Facebook in those areas when you walk in. When I walk into my work, I am a representative of the employer. I'm also a representative of being a nonprofit executive officer. I'm also a representative of a resident of Clovis. I'm also a representative of my church when I walk into these different spaces. So what I want to hope that the council will consider is that when you create headlines that detract about what makes Clovis good, our schools, our quality of life, our access to the Sierras, you take away from what the glory is of the city of Clovis. Facebook posts don't contribute positively to this. Calling your colleagues rhinos and woke does not contribute to those positive outcomes. So let's be respectful, disagree better, uplift the victories that unite the council, and be able to set an example for the students that are in our Clovis Unified Classroom so they can see positive role models in this council out in the community. I have to work with people that see me as a threat, that disagree with me constantly. And true leadership is learning how to take constructive criticism, take the positive feedback that you've given from people that you work with, and use it to make yourself a better person. That's exactly what leadership is, and that's what we should have our elected officials be doing in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Stetler.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cindy. I want to speak tonight from my own personal experience. I'm obviously a white woman, and I'm also a low-income woman. I know what it feels like to need help. I learned something very important. When you're sitting in a welfare office applying for food assistance, your skin color doesn't matter. You're sitting there with people from all different backgrounds who are simply trying to survive. So when I hear people talk about low-income housing, as though poor people are dangerous, or that they're going to bring crime, drugs, or problems into Clovis, I have to ask you this. When did being poor become a reason to be afraid of someone? Being poor does not make you a criminal. Receiving a housing voucher does not make you dangerous. Being disabled, elderly, or on a fixed income does not make someone less deserving of a good neighborhood. I know this personally because I am on a fixed income and I do have a housing choice voucher. But I want to live in Clovis. I really want to live in this town. But people like me don't always have the same housing choices as everyone else. We're often pushed into certain neighborhoods because that's where people think we belong. But why shouldn't I have a choice? Why shouldn't an elderly person have a choice? Why shouldn't a disabled person have a choice? Why shouldn't a family receiving assistance have a choice? If I want to live in Clovis, I should have the same opportunity to live here as anyone else. And that's why this lawsuit matters to me. But I wanted to end this by talking about the history, okay? Because the history of this land matters to me. The land we call Clovis today had people living here long before the city of Clovis existed. Then people came, they took control of the land, they established boundaries, built communities, and ultimately decided who would have access to the land and who would not. And many of these people who came and took control of that land looked just like me, white people. I'm not saying that to blame every white person sitting here in this room today. I'm saying it because we should learn from the history. Because when you look at what happened then, and you look at what we're arguing about today, this is a very uncomfortable similarity happening. Back then, people were deciding who belonged on this land, and today we're still having these conversations about who should be allowed to live here, who can afford to live here, who deserves to live here, and who should be pushed somewhere else. History has a way of repeating itself when we don't learn from it. So I ask you tonight, are we really going to continue deciding where people belong based on their income? Are we really going to tell people, you can live here, but you can't live here, simply because they're poor? Because I believe everyone deserves the freedom to choose where they want to call home. And I believe we should be building a Clovis where people aren't excluded because of their income, their disability, or their age, because they need a little help, like me. We should learn from what happened to this land before us, not repeat the same pattern by deciding who belongs on it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comments portion. We're going to move.
Mayor, I apologize.
Okay.
This is,
I'm sorry. Anyone online?
Yes, we actually do. We have
Okay.
a gentleman by the name of Michael,
Okay.
and I'm just going to click him to unmute if you want to just give him 1 second. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, hi. Is it just audio or is it video as well?
It's just audio.
Okay. Well, I apologize that I can't be there in person. My name is Michael Masuda. I'm running for Congress in the California 5th Congressional District. And I think many folks may not have, if you haven't seen the new boundaries, the new congressional district boundaries, a large portion of Clovis is now in the 5th District, which covers 12 counties in whole or in part. It stretches all the way to Death Valley. It covers where I live here in Riverbank outside of Modesto, and it goes all the way up to my home county of Amador and keeps going a little bit further north, just shy of South Lake Tahoe. It's a very large district, and I am learning more and more about what is going on in each of the individual cities and towns that span this district. So I wanted to take a brief moment to introduce myself to the council and to everybody else that is there participating and listening. So I have 2 small children, they're 4 and 2. They just started preschool in this past week. And I look around at what is happening in our communities and in this country, and I see a lot of challenges that we are facing, and we don't have the leadership in Washington, D.C. that is going after the problems that we have in common. I really appreciate some of the other speakers that came up today and their courage to speak out about things like division in our communities and how much that is being fed by our leadership in Washington, D.C. I am running to solve problems. I'm running to bring people together. My background is actually electrical engineering. I went to Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, and I worked my way into engineering first, working in defense, and then into the federal government at the State Department, where I was working on science and technology and foreign policy. So I am running for Congress to, as I mentioned, to solve problems, to bring people together, and to figure out how we can build a better future for ourselves and for our kids. I wanted to take this time as well to invite everybody that is here and all the folks that you know to a town hall that I will be hosting. It is on, let me get the date here, make sure I got it right. It is on August 26th. That's Wednesday, August 26th at Dry Creek Park. That's on the corner of East Alluvial and North Clovis Avenues. I want to make sure that the community has an opportunity to ask their questions, to meet me, and to make sure that you are informed when you go to either fill out your ballot or, by mail or in person this coming November. So as I mentioned, we're going to be at Dry Creek Park. It'll be at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We're going to have water. We're going to have some food there. Your whole family is welcome, your neighbors, everybody that you know. Please spread the word. And I'm looking forward to meeting folks and learning more about the issues that are happening locally and the things that you care about. You can learn more about me on my website, votemasuda.com, and I will hand it back to you there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. You had another, yeah, let me get you before.
Hi, I live at the southwest side of Peach and Nice, and the school, one of the properties you're talking about is right next to Garfield Elementary.
Okay, so this is probably on item number 4. So you can still have time at that time. This is just for things that are not on the agenda. I think you're talking about a property, so we'll still give you time to comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
So
thank you.
if you're here to comment on item 4, which is sort of the reason, we'll go over that item in detail. So this is just for the public to address items that are not on the agenda. Anyone else? Okay. Brianna, was that it for online? Okay, we will now close the public comments portion. We'll move now to consent calendar. Items on consent are routine in nature and recommended for approval by the City Council. These items will be considered and voted on as a single item unless a council member requests separate consideration of any item. We have 3 items on consent. Any of the council members like to pull any of them? Anyone here in the public like to address the consent items 1, 2, 3? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring back to the council.
I'll move for approval of the consent calendar.
We have motion.
Second.
We have motion second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and I will read this. This will take a little time, but we will read item 4 into the record. Consider various items associated with approximately 54 acres of land located throughout the city of Clovis for the infill rezone program. SC Alice Investment Property LP, Cygnus 3 LLC, Barak Gadarian Ishkan trustee, John Gregory Development Company Incorporated, Atiya Amin Kamal, Sultan Intisab, and Noreen Intisab, trustees, HRC trustees, ILP, Central California Conference Association of the Seventh-day Adventists, Perry and Catherine Dictos, trustees, Paul and Debbie Betancourt, Clovis Unified School District, John and Debbie Betancourt, my apologies, Clovis Unified School District, Robin M. Rogers, trustee, Afarin Karim Kazand, Allegiant YB Investment, LLC, Kenneth E. Crawford, David A. Ogden, trustee, and Kalika Aranjit Singh and Gurpreet Brar, property owners. City of Clovis applicant. This was continued from July 6, 2026. We have 3 items under this one. It's item A, consider approval of resolution of the City Council adopting environmental assessment pursuant to Government Code Section 65759 for General Plan Amendment 2024-003 and rezone 2024-002. Item B, consider approval of GPA 2024-003, a resolution of the City Council approving amendments to the general plan and associated specific master plans to redesignate 20 parcels from various land use designations to the high-density residential 20.1 to 30 dwellings per units per acre, and very high-density residential 25.1 to 43 dwelling units per acre land use designations. And item C, consider introduction of ordinance of a rezone 2024-002, an ordinance of the City Council approving a rezone of 20 parcels from various zone districts to the R3 multifamily high density and R4 multifamily very high density zone districts. Staff on this will be a team, McKinsey, George, and I guess this will be a consultant. Oh, the name, George McKinsey? Okay, Eric Monberg. Go ahead, McKinsey.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the introduction. Again, I just have George Gonzalez, our Deputy Planning and Development Services Director here at the table with me, and Eric Vonberg, who's our consultant with RINCON for the environmental assessment. So before I begin and talk about the project proposal, I wanted to provide some background and timeline. So I'll start with the background. The state's Housing, Community, and Development Department requires cities to identify their regional housing needs allocation. We refer to this as the RENA. This requirement is required to be identified in a city's housing element. So back with our 4th cycle, the city failed to meet its 4th cycle obligation of about 4,400 units. These units were carried into our 5th cycle housing element. However, again, the city failed to fully satisfy their carried over unmet units. And as a result of that, a lawsuit was filed against the city in October of 2019 for non-compliance with the housing element requirement.
But Kinsey, can I
Sure.
ask you to correct the record on that one in that we were compliant? Isn't that pretty
Correct.
accurate? Because it made it seem like 4th we weren't, 5th we weren't, but HCD did certify
Correct.
those
HCD
housing
did
elements.
certify-
And I wanted that, I didn't read any of that in the record. I want to make sure that at that time, we were compliant with the tools given to us with this council and the staff.
Correct. Yes. So I do kind of talk about briefly on the timeline.
Okay.
But we did propose 2 methods to meet our obligation. However, I'll go over in our timeline here briefly which ones were successful and which ones were not.
Okay.
But HCD did originally agree with the 2 methods that staff was proposing. However, those one of them was not successful, and so one of them did carry in. So then we still failed to meet that number based on that. So in April of 2021, trial court issued an order directing the city to adopt a housing element and rezone adequate sites to accommodate our RENA obligation. This was again 4,400 units. In June of 2021, the city and the petitioner of the lawsuit filed appeals. And then in April of 23, The city's appeal was partially successful, but mostly unsuccessful regarding the RHN overlay. So as I mentioned earlier, we had two methods. One was to allow multifamily in PF zone districts, and the other one was the RHN overlay. The PF was successful, so we were able to add multifamily into the PF zone districts. However, we were not compliant with meeting our unmet RENA allocation through required rezoning. That was part of the fifth cycle.
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, Julie.
Mackenzie, instead of using acronyms like PF, if you could explain
Public
those.
facilities, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
and also when you say overlay, just
You want
make
me to
sure we
describe what that is?
preface that with what it is, because a lot of folks aren't
Sure.
necessarily going to understand that. Thank you.
So with the two methods, the first was or allowing multifamily uses in public facility zone districts. It previously was not. And so one of our proposals was to allow multifamily in the public facility zone districts. Again, that was approved. The second part was creating a regional housing needs allocation overlay, which would basically mean if you have a specific property and it's zoned, I'm going to make this up, it's zoned R1, which is single family, and you had that overlay on that property owner would have the ability to either develop at the R1 designation, single family, or use that overlay to develop at a higher density. However, the courts felt that that was not in compliance because it was not a direct zoning change on that parcel. What they wanted was for properties to be rezoned to only allow for a minimum number of units. And with the overlay, you essentially had an option to develop at a lower density or at that higher density. So in April of 2023, again, the city's appeal was partially successful. And then between July and August of 23, the California Supreme Court declined to consider our appeal, and the Court of Appeal decision was considered final, and the case was referred back to the trial court. So between October of 23 and February of 24, the city and the petitioner negotiated and agreed to a settlement of the case, and this included 6 housing programs, and the rezoning of properties was significantly reduced to accommodate about 1,200 units instead of the 4,400 units. In March of 2024, a judgment was entered by the Fresno County Superior Court in the case that adopted the terms of the settlement, and it required the city to bring its housing element into compliance with state law. And that included the 6 housing programs that were added to our current 6th cycle housing element. Again, one of those programs was the infill rezone program. So the infill rezone program is necessary, one, to bring in the housing element into compliance with state and housing law, and to satisfy the judgment. In May of 2024, the City Council initiated the general plan amendment and rezone for the program. This included redesignating and rezoning 24 sites that were identified within the city. At that meeting, Council also adopted a resolution that authorized the city manager to execute an agreement with Rincon for the preparation of the environmental assessment. In June and July of 2024, staff mailed letters to the property owners of the 24 identified sites, notifying them of their proposed inclusion in the program. Several of those property owners did reach out, and they both expressed opposition and support of the program and being included in the program. Several property owners also reached out and requested that various parcels be included as part of the program. So between July of 24 and March 25, staff worked with the property owners to determine if there would be included in the program. The property owners of the 10 sites originally identified requested that their parcel be removed, and then property owners of 6 new parcels requested to be added. After review, 10 of the initially identified sites were removed from the program and 6 were added. In order for us to remove sites, we had to be able to accommodate whatever those sites were missing with these 6 sites. We were able to meet that, so originally with the 24 sites, it was 1,284 units, and then with the 20 sites, it got us to 1,303. So between March of 25 and April of 26, staff worked with Rincon to prepare the environmental assessment. In December of 25, staff hosted 4 informational meetings here at the council chambers on December 2nd, 4th, 11th, and 16th. And this item was considered by the Planning Commission at their meeting on May 28th. And then in June of 26, staff hosted 1 informational meeting related to the program here at the council chambers on June 23rd. And then in July, originally this item was scheduled to be considered by council. However, at that meeting, it was continued to allow for a full council in attendance to consider the item. So with the project proposal, this includes a general plan amendment and a rezone. They will facilitate development of about 1,300 units on about 54 acres in the city limits. Now, just wanted to briefly outline how we get to the 1,300 units. So we use what's referred to as an assumed density that's we use for our housing element. So for R3 zoned properties, it's an assumed density of 24 units per acre. And then for R4 parcels, it's an assumed density of 25. So that's how we get to the 1,303. For the 24 or the 20 sites, the way we were selecting them, we use the same criteria that we use for the housing element. We have to select properties that are between 0.8 acres and 10 acres. They're either vacant or underutilized, and then that they're within the city limits. We also cannot include other housing inventory sites or other sites that were part of other housing programs. As I mentioned earlier, we had originally selected 24 sites. However, 10 property owners requested removal, and we had 6 property owners that asked to be added. We had final sites of 20. I do want to note that one of the property owners for site 63, which I'll show you in a bit, was one of the parcels that requested to be added, but has since requested to be removed.
Mackenzie, before you move on to the actual sites, I wanted to know in the, I guess the part of the settlement on page 697, it listed the parcels that we identified to discuss in the negotiations, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of those remain today? So it's not the 20 where the SEM went
It's
out,
not
right?
the
Because it
20.
was totally different
So
parcels.
we have 14. So 14 of the 24 remain that were on there. And then
So
6 sites. I can outline which 6 were added.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so the 24 was what was on page 697 that was suggested for the settlement? Because I thought we suggested some for settlement, and then after that, we went and actually looked at parcels to sort of make up the real numbers. So is the 24 from the actual settlement number?
What was the page number again,
It
Bob?
was 697.
Yeah, so those were the 24. There may have been in discussions, and maybe Scott can talk about that, but in prior discussions, what sites, but those 24 that are on that map, on that page, were the original 24 sites. And then after we received the judgment, we reached out to all those 24 property owners.
Okay.
And then we, based off of some asking to be removed and some being added, we had to have a discussion and follow back up with opposing counsel to see if they would be, because as part of the settlement, opposing counsel has to agree if we make any changes from the 24 sites. And so it took a little while for us to get to where we are now with the 20. So in order for us to remove those 10, those 6 needed to be added so that we could have meet our minimum number.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear, the original 24 were the ones proposed in 2023, and then what was reduced by the 10 and added 6 more.
Yes, and when I go over
Those are
the slides, I can show you which
Okay.
ones were
God, I just want to
added.
make sure those were the originals that were
Yes.
presented. Okay.
So with the general plan amendment and rezone, we are proposing to redesignate 17 of the 20 sites to high-density residential, which is 20 to 30 units per acre, and those will be rezoned to the R3 zone district. 3 of the 20 parcels are proposing to be redesignated to very high-density residential, which are 25.1 to 43 units per acre, and the R4 zone district. The project also includes amendments to specific and master plans. 9 of the 20 parcels are located within a specific or master plan, so part of the action would be to amend those plans to be consistent with this proposal. 5 of the sites are located within the airport influence area of the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. When you have a project that's proposing a general plan amendment and you're located within one of those influence areas, you are required to be considered by the Airport Land Use Commission. This item was considered by the commission on April 6th, and they did provide a finding of consistency, which is attached in the staff report. So here's just a map of the sites. It's kind of difficult to see, but it's the entire city, so you can kind of see the red outline. That's our sphere of influence. You can't really see here, but the black boundary, which is our city limits, and then the blue dots on the screen, those are all 20 sites, so you can see that they're spread out throughout the city. Okay, so here I'll just go over the 20 sites and their locations. So Site 3 is proposed at Herndon and Avila. This is one of the sites that was proposed to be added. So this is one of the 6. Site 63, which is on Alluvial, that's also a site that was proposed to be added. This parcel is the one that I mentioned where they requested to be added into the program and have since requested to be removed. However, staff did not consider the removal because we are already so far along in the process with the environmental assessment. And if we remove the site, we would not meet our minimum obligation per the settlement. Site 72, this is on Knees and Peach. This was one of the 6 that was added. Site 108, this is on Clovis Avenue, one of the original sites. Site 110, this is on the south side of Santa Ana. This is one of the sites that was originally part of the proposal. Site 115 off of Leonard Avenue, just north of Shaw, also one of the original sites. This site 157, which is on DeWolf, just north of Owens Mountain, was one of the original 24. Site 161, which is on Willow, this was also one of the original 24. Sites 167 and 168 are right next to each other. These are on Shaw Avenue, and these were also part of the original 24. Site 197, which is on DeWolf, just north of Owens Mountain. This was also one of the original 24. Site 217, which is on Gettysburg. This one is a portion of the property. This is the Clovis Unified School District parcel. A portion of that property is to be rezoned, which is the eastern portion. Again, this was part of the original 24. Sites 589 and 590. So 589 is along Bullard Avenue, west of Temperance. This was one of the original 24. We have site 590, which is on Shaw Avenue, just east of Leonard, also one of the original 24. This site 592 on the southwest corner of Knees and Fowler, part of the original. And then 595, which is on Sunnyside, just north of Jefferson, north of Barstow, one of the original 24. And then this site, 596 and 97, are right next to 595. They're all under the same ownership. This is on Sunnyside, north of Barstow. Site 597 was one of the 6 that proposed to be added. 596 was already in the program or part of the original 24. And then site 598 and 599 were the last 2 parcels that proposed to be added to the program. So these are part of the 6. These are on Fowler Avenue. And I can go back to those once we complete the presentation if you'd like. In regards to the environmental assessment, typically discretionary projects are required to have environmental review completed pursuant to our California Environmental Quality Act. A general plan amendment and rezones are both considered discretionary. However, General Government Code Section 65759 provides that CEQA does not apply to actions that are necessary to bring its general plan or relevant mandatory elements into compliance, which includes the housing element. with that subject to any court order or judgment. The section of the code also requires that we prepare what's referred to as an environmental assessment in the form that's similar to a draft environmental impact report. The environmental assessment is an informational document. As part of the document, it does have a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that's prepared and does apply to all sites when they are developed. I do want to briefly touch on, which I didn't touch on in my other slide, is that this proposal, again, is only for a rezone and a plan amendment. There's no actual physical development that's proposed with the project. For public outreach, staff hosted 4 informational meetings in December of 25, 1 meeting in June of 26. Notices for the original meeting on July 6th were sent out to property owners within 800 feet and those that requested notification. We also published the notice in the Business Journal. Because the item was continued to a date certain, no additional notice was required. At that time, we sent out over 3,000 notices. Over the last week or so, staff did prepare a frequently asked questions document that we posted online, and what we thought is to share and mail out that notice. So we did a courtesy notice for the FAQ, and then we also included a letter as part of that package, just letting the property owners know that the item was continued from the 6th to the 10th. Again, there was about 3,000 notices that were sent out at that time. We have received over about 140 comments. Those are included in your packet. We did have a couple of those that we received after the staff report was published, and those are on the dais for you. Planning Commission did consider the program at their meeting on May 28th. They did pose several questions that were related to removal of the sites, alternatives, owner authorization, communications with school district, removal of commercial land, and then the concentration of the sites. Those were all addressed by staff at the meeting. We did have 1 member of the public speak in support, and then 12 members of the public spoke in opposition. The commission did recommend that the city council approve the general plan amendment and rezone with the 4-1 vote, with Commissioner Hebert voting no. So staff recommends that you consider the approval of the resolution adopting the environmental assessment for the project, that you consider approval of a resolution approving the amendments to the general plan and the associated specific and master plans for the 20 parcels, and that you consider the introduction of an ordinance that approves a rezoning of the 20 parcels. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions of staff from the council? Go ahead, Drew.
When we were looking at the sites that we were going to try to pull into this, I'm thinking Sierra Vista Mall. They have a movie theater there that's been vacant for, I don't know, probably 10 years. And there's the Wolf Manor, which used to be the haunted house. And there's on Alluvial between Sunnyside and Fowler, there's a radio station there with a huge area. Did we look at those, or did we even reach out to those people and they turned us down? Was there a reason that they weren't part of this?
Yeah, so we did, there was several sites, but for example, Sierra Vista Mall, it didn't come out in the search when we did because we are looking at vacant and underutilized parcels, so those wouldn't meet the criteria. We also have a limit of up to 10 acres, so again, 0.8 acres to 10 acres. And so some of them are already excluded. We did look at a large list of sites trying to figure out which ones would accommodate and meet the criteria of the program. And then we also had property owners that initially we reached out to, worked with them, but they either had already projects in the works. And so in order for us to remove them, we had to find other sites to replace those. So the 10 property owners, we did meet with them. We looked at what they were proposing before we removed them from the program.
Can you go back to this graphic, please? Yeah. As we grow and we go Beheimer all the way up to Copper, are we going to be able to, if someone, a developer, landowner says, hey, I would like to build this type of housing, are we in a position where we can swap one of the 20s for that? Or as we grow, are we just going to be obligated to have more?
So one of the things is we have to, one of the things that we consider is if it's already part of an inventory or part of a program. So there's a lot of parcels as we grow that are already redesignated or designated for R3. And so we wouldn't be able to essentially double dip on parcels that are already accounted for. So some of them may not be zoned R3, but may be zoned R1, but we already have them as part of our inventory. So we cannot count those as part of this. So we'd have to look at, if we were to swap a site, does it have a program already in place? Or is it allocated for something before we'd swap to be able to find another site?
So in the area that we haven't annexed yet, but we are planning to do that, if there's no plans up there, they would be eligible for swap if we did that.
Not at this time, because it has to be part of the city.
I
Yeah.
realize that. I'm talking in the future, because not all these sites are going to be developed. All we're doing is creating a mechanism for that to happen. We can't make people build this product, especially if the return on investment isn't going to be there for them. But as we grow, we'll be able to, if someone says the nature of everything changed, hey, I want to do that up by City College, Clovis Community, and say that this would be a great place for student housing. I want to build a dense housing project. We could swap that out for something else in an area where maybe nobody's interested in building on that, correct?
Yeah, so just if I understand correctly, if we have a parcel that's zoned R3 and they decide to rezone it to something else, and they know of another site that could accommodate the number of units that would be planned at their current site, that would be something that they could do, but they'd have to go through a general plan amendment and rezone for that new designation on another parcel.
And would our current general plan amendment meeting, have they looked at this issue as they're making their recommendations for the general plan amendment?
With the general plan update?
Yeah.
For the update?
Yes, yeah. So we are taking into account our housing element as part of our general plan update. And then with the land use, if those are changing parcels or redesignating them from something that's not residential, we are making sure to accommodate that through the update.
Thank you. I do have a question for the city attorney. I read that the state of California is suing, I think, 5 cities for their failure to basically have a compliant housing element. And I think Huntington Beach got, I guess, sued, they lost, and there's a potential that the state may walk in and take receivership of their planning ability. Is that correct?
I believe that's what the state is requesting, the relief that the state is requesting. No guarantee that that would be approved, but that's one of the requested reliefs. So,
And in the event that we don't approve all 20 sites tonight, we would be probably held in technical violation of the court's order. Would that be accurate?
it's possible. Again, I think Mackenzie did a good job of going through kind of the history of where we're at. So there is a judgment in place against the city of Clovis to come into compliance with the housing element. This is one of the programs that was identified to accomplish that, to get the city into compliance. So approval of anything less than the 20 sites tonight would mean we're technically not in compliance with the judgment. Now, I can't speculate what that would mean, but it would mean certainly the plaintiffs would have the ability to run back to court and say, hey, you know, Your Honor, they're not in compliance. Not sure exactly what type of relief they may request, if any. And then I guess the state also could come in. The state's kind of backed off once the lawsuit was filed. But if you recall, back in 2018, 2019, when the housing element was decertified by HCD, or Housing and Community Development Department of the state. They decertified the city's housing element at that time because they found it out of compliance, even though initially they had approved the housing element, if you recall. A source of frustration for all of us, I know, but HCD took the position that, hey, we're going to decertify your housing element now. They could potentially take that position again. Again, it would be speculation at this point if, you know, something less than the 20 was approved tonight. We've got 5 of the 6 required programs in place from the judgment. So again, this is the last of the 6 programs. So, I mean, I would contend that we would be out of compliance, but it'd be sheer speculation as to what the judge may do at that point.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, my follow-ups with the city attorney as well. So along the lines of what Drew was just asking, is there, would council members be found in contempt of court? Would staff be worrying about contempt issues or anything of that nature associated with this judgment?
I don't know that individual officers would be held in contempt at this point. But I would expect potentially an order from the court, like, hey, you've got, again, the judgment had some timelines in it and some mechanisms for the parties to meet and confer. If those deadlines were not met, they're pretty aggressive deadlines, to be honest. And so some of the deadlines have not been fully met, although we have been in constant communication with opposing counsel and met and conferred as we're required to under the judgment and all that. We would be required to continue to meet and confer on any potential non-compliance issues, but at some point, again, I would expect we would be back in front of the judge for non-compliance, and again, it would be speculative. I would assume we wouldn't get a contempt order out of the gate, but would it maybe hey, you've got, go back to the drawing board, figure it out, whatever it might be, I don't know, but not a contempt order.
If, would it be reasonable from your opinion, from the court's perspective, if, let's say we approve 15 or 16 of the selected items of the 20 and ask for a 6-month review of the other parcels and or to see if there's replacement of parcels available for the 4 or 5 that seem to have more contentious, you know, comments surrounding them, and rightfully so, issues that are associated with those parcels. Would that be something that we could consider tonight, saying, we don't have any opposition to these 15 pieces of property, these all seem to be in compliance, or 16 pieces of property or parcels? Is that something we could consider, or is there, I guess my greatest backlash to that would be the courts say, no, you didn't follow the order, you didn't follow the negotiation as you should have, and as a result, instead of 1,284, I'm gonna make you go back and do 4,000. So, because I mean, I'd hate to fall back into that, because we're trying to do the right thing, now it comes back and bites us the other way to where this overlay obviously bit us. When we thought we were doing the right thing, the courts came back and said, no, you weren't. So I just kind of throwing that out there.
So let me boil the question down.
Yeah.
Does the council have the option tonight to approve something less than the 20? Is that
Yes,
the question?
That would be part 1.
I guess I would suggest tonight is not all or nothing. So I would prefer, as your council, to get as many of the sites approved as possible, to get as close to compliance as possible. It certainly would be easier to be in front of a judge if we had 15 or 16 sites approved tonight as opposed to 0. But we would still technically be out of compliance, I think, with the judgment, assuming, again, I'm not sure which sites might be removed. I think Mackenzie has a unit count for each site. So, I mean, if we get into that exercise tonight, where we're actually identifying particular sites that the council may not be comfortable approving tonight, we could identify how many units that impacts and, how far it drops us below the 1284 number, whatever that might be. Again, we'll have to wait and see what the discussion comes tonight, but yes, I think in answer to your question, I would prefer tonight to get as many approved, if not all of them, as many approved as possible. And on ones that you may not be comfortable approving, if it's simply go back, do some further analysis, or let's hold those in abeyance while we see if we can identify additional sites, or work with, you know, the court and opposing counsel to see if there's something else that we could do. Whatever it might be, I guess I'd be open to it, but yeah.
And I guess that's kind of what I was looking at, is 6 months a reasonable time that we could come back if there were certain sites and be able to say, we'd like to reevaluate these particular sites that it cost this many units. Are there other sites that we, you know, we may have, that were in the originals, maybe those persons want to come back into the fold. Maybe there's something there to look up for those units, and is that a possibility of something we can do? And like I said, I haven't been part of the negotiations with the courts, and I know you guys and staff has done a ton of work on this, and it's, you know, and it may not be a solution. We may be back here, if that were the case, to do that 6 months from now, saying, hey, here we are again, but we have no choice. We have to approve these sites. So I'm just wondering if there's something we can do to at least make sure we did everything we could possibly do to ensure that we looked at everything, followed the court's judgments, followed the court's rules, but at the same time gave every opportunity for what could be, you know, other sites that could come into play.
And I guess I would say anything's possible.
God, that's such a lawyer answer.
Feels like Disneyland, anything's possible.
I
Yeah,
love that.
And again, we may be getting slightly ahead,
gave
but
you
at least
hypotheticals,
to
I know.
provide a roadmap, I think anything's possible tonight. If we get to the point where we're identifying specific parcels that the council may want further analysis on, or to hold off on approving tonight, I would look to McKinsey and staff. We'll have to identify what those unit counts are. And then also, I think important to note, I think based on Councilman Baskel's question, if there are other potential sites out there that we know of, would they be candidate sites for this program, or are they already staked potentially to another housing program that we can't double count
Right.
for two
No,
different
absolutely. I
housing
totally get
programs?
that.
So that's kind of the struggle we're in. I think McKinsey addressed that. Some sites might be appropriate for some other program that the state requires that we have to meet. So if we've already identified those sites for that program and we were to pull them into this, well, it just leaves us having to scramble to fill that other program.
Right,
So-
and I understand, we're making up for last 6 years' housing cycle to make up into this housing cycle.
More than 6 years,
Yes.
yeah, even
Well,
going back, yeah.
Going back in order to get to these numbers. So anything we do to delay and go further, you know, which is gonna make it worse for us long-term, so.
Potentially, yeah. But good questions, and I think, again, we'll wait and see where the discussion goes tonight, and I think we're prepared to answer specific parcel questions and what the impact may be if there's a desire to hold those off.
And just clarifying too on what McKinsey and everybody has said earlier, these sites don't have to be developed. Just as us as city, we have to designate it as this in order to be in compliance. Designated as high-density housing.
Correct, and
But
just
whether it
to,
gets developed or not doesn't matter, it's just, we're designating the land, and that fulfills our obligations with the courts.
correct, whether it actually ultimately ever gets developed at these densities is not for us to say and not for us to require. It's just the rezoning of the parcels to potentially accommodate the density that's being required.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could add,
Yes, go ahead.
the finding of the sites that meet the criteria that's been laid out, both in the judgment, was very difficult on a citywide basis. So finding additional sites that we probably have already knocked on those doors at a staff level over many years. So I just want council to be aware that it won't be necessarily easy just to go find another site.
And I could add, if I could, I should have added it earlier. The 6-month timeline that Councilman Baskel mentioned, I would say that's probably optimistic, because it would require, if there are additional sites picked, and you'll hear a little bit tonight about the environmental assessment that was done, we'd be required to do an environmental assessment on those additional sites. That could be probably more along the lines of maybe a year as opposed to 6 months.
Can
Go ahead,
I-
Mackenzie.
Yes, so I just wanted to add, yes, if we were to remove sites and had to find additional sites. As Scott mentioned, we would have to update the environmental assessment. We would also have to do an updated water supply assessment that was originally done with the proposal as well. And like Andy mentioned, it has been very difficult to find other sites because if we do find a site that does meet the criteria, it won't meet the criteria of it's already part of our inventory. We had a difficult time finding inventory for our 6th cycle housing element, so this would be on top of that. So there's not a lot of sites that either are not already part of our inventory and that are not part of the program. And the other thing is we've spent, typically with general plan amendments and rezones, there's really no impact with cost because the developer covers the cost of the application and that covers the cost of staff time. So far for the project, we have spent about $400,000 on this project alone, not including staff time. So that includes our environmental assessment, noticing for the project, the water supply assessment. So if we'd have to go back out, there's additional funds that we are not recouping costs on.
Lynn, did you have questions?
Yeah, Andy, are there, or Mackenzie, are there, Andy and I talked today, are there 4 or 3 properties sort of in the queue that came in too late that we didn't get a chance to look at that are, wouldn't take a whole bunch to find them because we already have them in the queue, or did I misunderstand that?
Yes, there's a couple, there's 7 now that have asked to be included after, but again, as I mentioned, those are about 7 acres, so just depending on if we are to remove sites, it would not meet what we need in order to meet that obligation. And then we'd still have to go out again just to verify that those property owners are still interested. And then we'd have to do the process all over with the environmental assessment, noticing neighborhood meetings for those properties that are selected. So again, there are 7 on the list, but those 7 only get us about 160 units. So it's not very much.
And just to clarify, those haven't been assessed for meeting the criteria, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they meet there's 2 parcels of the 7 that are under our criteria, but they're owned by the same owner so that we could potentially, but they haven't been vetted. Again, if we were to remove sites and then select these, even though they're on the backup site, we have to go back to opposing counsel and they have to agree to these other sites. If they don't agree, then we'd have to find other sites. It's just been very difficult for staff to find sites for the program.
So one of the things that I think is interesting is the criteria. I think it was on page 24 of the report to start about, between 0.8 and 10 acres and all that. You went over that. So one of the things I think is interesting, and I think that the plaintiffs would agree with this, we're not trying to just put more people in Clovis. That's not really the goal. The goal is to put them in a way that's healthy and thriving and good for their kids and good for the rest of us, right? It's not just to squish more people into Clovis. So as I thought about, how would I prioritize the sites? And I did mention this to Andy. So the Harlan Ranch site in particular isn't necessarily near any grocery stores. Some transit, but not a lot. So what are we doing? So we can put, I don't know how many units those 2 parcels equal. 200, 300, I don't know, whatever it is.
It's probably about 20% of the lots of the 1,200. I don't have 174 and 108. So
okay, so 300,
200,
200. Yeah, I'm doing math. Anyway, but let's just say it's 300 people that don't have a car and that can't get to a grocery store, and a Johnny Quick does not count as a grocery store. So if we want to build a healthy community, we have some way to manage that stuff. So, and I noticed on all the site maps at the top, it's all the little pharmacy, transportation, blah, blah, blah. And Harlan Ranch does say yes for a grocery store. I think it's the Johnny Quick at Temperance and 168, probably, or the meat market, but that doesn't exactly count as a grocery store. So that's where I struggle with this, because the goal is to not just put more people in here who will be unhealthy, unable to get food, unable to get their kids to the doctor, can't find a bus to downtown Fresno for a community hospital. It's not that. It's to try to build a community that gets people around some way over time. So that's where that's where I get a little bit concerned. Now, I think some of the sites, all the infill sites, are closer to a grocery store. You can presume all of that. Even the Sean Leonard, I know there's some upsetness about Sean Leonard. I get that. And that's near a grocery store. So, I mean, you could live in that neighborhood if you didn't have the means to have a car or whatever else might be. So the Harlan Ranch site is of concern to me. And what I don't want to have happen is plaintiffs and others to go, oh, well, it's just because it's the higher end neighborhood of Clovis. No, it's the neighborhood that's farthest away from anything. So that's what worries me. Of all the sites, near my house, near every one of our houses up here, all of us, it's everywhere. So I've seen a few things online like it's not near any elected official's house. Wrong. So it's everywhere. And it may never happen. So all of that is true. But we want to do the right thing. We've done a super good job with this lawsuit. We've worked really hard. We're not dragging our feet. We're not trying to slow walk it. We got this. We're doing our very best, Ms. Martinez. So we are doing our very best. But we're trying to build neighborhoods that are healthy for people. So that's where I get confused and concerned with particularly the Harlan Ranch, not because it's white people, not because the housing values are high, but because it's hard to get around if I don't have a car. So those are the two parcels that make me most worried. I'm also worried that it's two parcels next to each other. I don't think there's any other. There's not too many others. Did you say there's multiple, Diane?
Yeah, there's multiple places where they're right next to each other.
Well, but not of that size.
No,
not of that size. So that to me also seems like an unfair impact on an existing neighborhood. So those are the ones that give me the most pause. So that's where I'm kind of with Matt, if we could even take one of the Harlan Ranch parcels, or I don't know, and approve 18 tonight and try to sort that out. I also would ask the state for relief on the environmental review. We don't have another year to go out and assess and blah, blah, blah. If they want this, if they want to help us, they should give us relief from that so we can do the basics to make sure it's all legit. But so I guess I would ask for some relief in that way. But of all of the parcels, wherever they are, next to me, far from me, doesn't matter. They're sprinkled around, but it's those two Harlan Ranch parcels, for the reasons I've stated, that I am most worried about. Could live with one, maybe, but as soon as those folks move in, and if in fact they don't have access to cars and whatnot, what have we done? What have we done? So I don't think that's our obligation. I do not think it's about more. I think it's trying to build a Clovis way of life for everybody. That's what people say they want. We want them to have that. But I just think that is the one parcel that makes me think, we can't deliver that out there today. In 25 years, there might be a freeway that goes right through the middle of Harlan Ranch. I made that up, don't worry. But I mean, I think, who knows what it will be? Who knows what it will be? But I'll end with that. But those are the two that I'm most concerned about, the size of the parcels that close together and without access to really anything. So I'll pause there for now.
Any other questions? Go ahead,
Yeah.
Diane.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Councilmember Ashbeck just said as far as that, because one of my biggest concerns about this program in general is the incredible lack of flexibility that it gives the city to have any kind of guardrails or oversight of how these different parcels are developed. But my specific question is on the FAQ that was handed out for number 15, where it says how the properties were selected, and it lists the 4 things that we've identified as the criteria that has been incredibly difficult for staff to find sites that meets these criteria. How was that list of 4 items? Who came up with that? Where did that come from?
So that criteria is what we use for our housing element. So we wanted to be consistent with what's used for how we select sites to be included in our inventory. And it's those criteria. The criteria about what was it? Not part of a city's housing inventory. Obviously, that's not part of the housing element, but we wouldn't be able to essentially double count a parcel that was already identified as an inventory site. We couldn't use that again for this program. So that's why that 4th item. But those 3 are criteria that we use for our housing element.
And that's in our housing element criteria for high density, very high density.
Correct. It's essentially what the state considers in order for parcels to be considered affordable. Because the larger you go, then the development may become less affordable to construct. So that's why they have some criteria here. in regards to size. And then also with regards to vacant or underutilized, they want there to be a possibility for actual development to occur. So if it is fully developed, the likelihood of something diminishes and drops down. So that's why that criteria is there.
So I think that's where my interest comes. I know there's been discussion about, well, what if we approve a handful or some of the parcels, but not all of them? I think I'm more interested in kind of revisiting some of those criteria or kind of the parameters and seeing if we loosened that even slightly, because I think Councilmember Bessinger brought up a couple interesting parcel ideas that obviously don't fit the vacant or underutilized in these definitions. But is there a way that we could look at this differently, loosen these parameters slightly, and maybe find more appropriate parcels? Because I think part of the issue we have is with this criteria in front of us, we really are incredibly, obviously, as we found over these last few years, limited on what parcels fit this. And so we do have some significant challenges. I mean, the Harlan Ranch parcels in particular, we've already addressed that, but even some of these others based on public comment and just those of us who, know these areas, Loma Vista, we have traffic concerns that are legitimate and serious. We have school impaction concerns that are legitimate and serious. There's one on Peach that's right across from a school. And so I think, as Councilmember Ashbrook is pointing out, we need to be sincere in our efforts to accommodate this, but not at the expense or by punishing people who are already here and have gone to, through all of the process to get into the neighborhood that they worked really hard to choose and love where they are. They shouldn't pay the price for this situation. And so I think we need to be in a position where we have a little more flexibility and ability to have our local input over how this is played out. And so of all the other programs, as our city attorney mentioned, we are in compliance with 5 out of the 6. So I think we can argue that we have made a very good faith effort to be in compliance with this judgment. This particular program, as I've said, offers 0 flexibility and 0 options for the city to be more involved in how these parcels are developed. The other programs left some oversight that the city could be working with the program and helping to make sure that it does, as Lynn said, really creates a healthy community in how these things are put together. So I have significant concerns and opposition to this program as it exists at this moment. And so my push or my request would be to look at that, the parameters for selecting the parcels, see if we can find some flexibility to find more appropriate parcels that could satisfy this requirement. And again, hopefully the good faith that we have shown in working through this judgment and all the other programs will afford us that opportunity. I think that's my only question at this point. So that's my kind of ask in a sense, is to loosen the parameters for selecting parcels.
We're still, we can hold the applause because it's going to go both ways with the applause, so if we can hold that as long as possible. Go ahead, Matt.
Just the question, is that possible to do?
I'm going to defer that question to Scott.
Anything's possible, but no, seriously. As Mackenzie stated, that criteria is in the housing element law, so that's typically kind of the first point that we look at. Any deviation from that criteria, I mean, that's going to take probably court approval and opposing counsel being okay with, let's use maybe more expensive criteria to get creative to find additional sites. I don't know. It would be, again, speculation at this point, but that's because that is not the typical criteria that the state looks at, again, when we're initially doing this as part of the housing element. This is a program, as you all know, to make up for deficits from previous housing element cycles. So, the original sites that were selected for the recent 6th cycle housing element, that same criteria was used for that. So to deviate from that criteria would be, again, I'm not sure that it would be approved, but perhaps.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Diane? I'm sorry, Diane.
Yeah, no, let me just follow up really quickly on that. So of these sites in the infill rezone program, the fourth parameter is not part of the city's housing inventory or other housing program. So these sites are not part of the sixth cycle housing element. Is that correct?
So the sites or the program itself is part of the sixth cycle as part of us. So it's twofold. It's part of our judgment, and this specific program was rolled into our sixth cycle housing element. So it is an implementation program of the housing element. But when we were selecting the sites, that sixth cycle housing element was not adopted. So the sites that were selected to be part of this program were not already part of our inventory where we were trying to meet our regional housing needs allocation. We have that number that was given to us by the county. That number was separate, and so this was on top of that.
But there's potential possibility, anything's possible, that maybe we could find some flexibility.
It's possible. Again, I think we would want to be, if we get to that point, I think the main focus and the reason why these criteria have been developed is, again, I think as Mackenzie stated, there's got to be, I think, a reasonable potential that the site is ultimately going to get developed. You know, if you're not going to rezone an existing 20 acres that's fully developed with single-family homes. You can't designate that site. It's not reasonable that all those homes in that 20 acres are going to get demolished, and then it's going to be built with, you know, multifamily units. So it has to be a site reasonably, you know, small in nature, because again, a 50-acre site can't be identified. It's not, all 50 acres are not going to be developed at multifamily housing. So that's why you've got the size limitation, 0.8 acres to 10. It's got to be a reasonable size. You know, vacant or underutilized, those types of things are probably not gonna, we're not gonna be able to just pick any site and say, well, that one works. You know, it's not gonna fit that criteria. Now, whether we can modify this criteria, I don't know. Maybe we could get them to agree to sites between 0.5 acre or, you know, 0.5 acres and 15 acres. I don't know, and identify additional sites. But again, it's real speculation at this point.
Sorry, one more final thing. Yeah, I mean, I think, no, not 50 acres. But I mean, even if just the slightest loosening of these parameters could offer more out-of-the-box creative thinking, ways to still satisfy and be in compliance, but not put the burden on the backs of the people who are in these neighborhoods currently. And so that would be my ask, again, is just slightly loosening of the parameters, one, and essentially number two also, because I think if underutilized is only under consideration as far as what's on the property, that there's still room to do something else, or it's just a single home that the property owners, okay, well, maybe we could sell this and you can demolish the single home. And if that's what underutilized mean, as opposed to something where there's an established building that is being unused, like a vacant building as opposed to a vacant parcel, if we can just be a little more flexible in our understanding of those parameters, I think we might be able to move forward in a direction that is feasible and potentially a workaround for everybody to get to the point that we really are trying to get to, which, again, I think Councilmember Ashbeck stated perfectly, which is to actually do something positive, not just for the sake of doing it.
Just to follow up on that, I think, so I think if I were Mackenzie, I'd probably want to cry right now at the thought of new criteria. I imagine you're thinking, okay, I'm going to retire, and you're not old enough. But I do think the direction is right. So I consider the movie theater at Sierra Vista Mall as underutilized. Right. It is both vacant and underutilized. So is there a way that that would be, now again, we don't control it, we don't, right, I get all that. But I mean, there are empty parcels around that are both, that are underutilized for sure. And I would say after 10 years or more of being vacant, it's not going to be a movie theater again in our lifetime. So I think there's that. So I think that expansion of the criteria, if that's the deal. I also am curious about why it's not within our sphere. We control things in our sphere when we want to, But now for this, it has to be in our city limits. Why is that?
So as part of it, it's, you're adding another layer of complexity. So it has to go through annexation if it's outside of our city limits. So it's not just the general plan amendment and rezone. Now you're having to annex property, and we have to work with the county and LAFCO, the local agency formation commission, to make sure that we have a boundary that's acceptable. So it may not just be that one parcel. It may be that we need to take on additional property as part of the annexation, so then it adds another layer of complexity. But there's also the criteria that you mentioned, all the services and things like that are less likely in our sphere versus properties that are in the city limits.
So I feel like all of us are going to have to figure out, including LAFCO, a slightly different way to do the rules. There's a 1,000 reasons why this stuff is hard, and you've identified all of them. Bless you. So what if it's within our sphere but adjacent to our city limits? So it's not 10 miles out, or, it's not far away, it's adjacent to our city limits, or it's within a 1 mile radius of our city limits. So that it's contiguous, it's close to services, it wouldn't cost an arm and a leg to have sewer out there, or something. I feel like we're gonna have to test how far we want to push this, because that would give us a little more possibility potentially. So I'm not talking, all the way out to Prather, I'm not talking that, but I wonder if there's just some ways that we might be able to get more units ultimately. That, again, I get the goal. We get the goal. We're not pushing back on the goal, but I just think we have an obligation, and I know you share that obligation, so I don't suggest you didn't think of any of that, but I think there's a little bit of wiggle room in vacant and underutilized, and maybe adjacent to our sphere, or something to give a little more property. And I guess I'm $400,000 is a lot of money. We just spent $400,000, and we didn't build a single house for $400,000. We could have helped a lot of people with housing for $400,000, but we didn't do that. We did it this way, and it's going to be another $200,000 if we do whatever we're doing tonight. So that kind of annoys me generally as a principle of how we're doing this, but that is the world we found ourselves in, right? By our own choice and by the rulings of HCD. So here we are. But anyway, I do think, I think I can find my way for most of these, but my comments on Harlan Ranch apply at the moment. So those are the two that I can't quite figure out how to make that case, that's the right place to put whatever you just said, 300 units. If that were ever to happen, again, if it were to ever happen, I can't quite figure that out. So, that's.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Drew.
I want to Lynn's point, to my point, about properties like the Sierra Vista Mall. They are underutilized. You have the Sears, the old Sears is vacant. That parking lot is pretty vacant most of the time.
Pickleball.
Yeah, and, yeah, well, and is there, if the criteria of 0.08 acres to 10 acres, vacant or underutilized parcels, did we consider commercial property in that criteria?
There are some properties that are designated commercial now that are proposed to be changed to R3. One would be Herndon and Villa, that's a commercial property. So we didn't say, no, it's zoned commercial, we're not going to consider it.
I'm specifically talking about existing commercial property.
Oh, developed?
That's been developed and is underutilized. You have the area next to the Staples, not Staples, Office Depot at Sunnyside and Shaw. There's a vacant, in that same strip mall area going over by Toledo's at Colenshaw, we have a couple of big boxes that are empty. And specifically we come back to the theater again. I don't see that ever being used. It's been sitting vacant for probably 10 or more years, And we saw what happened to the courthouse when that was left vacant. It just rots. So,
Orchard Supply?
yeah, Orchard Supply, the Vaughn Center, the old Vaughn Center at Minnewawa and Shaw has been declining for probably 20 years. And we have a lot of vacancies in there. So is there a way of reshuffling the deck on vacant, underutilized parcels and include looking at those items? I mean, is there a reason are we prohibited from doing that somehow, some way?
I take it back to, again, what Scott had mentioned, which is the criteria used for the housing element. Now, I think one of the things that's difficult when you have a site that's developed is the likelihood of it redeveloping. You add in the cost of demolition for the structures that are on the site, that adds to the cost of the project, making it less affordable. So I think that's one of the reasons why underutilized parcels, when we look at those, we look at is there a portion of the parcel that's vacant? Maybe the building won't be removed, but there's a 3-acre parcel that has a single-family residence, but 2.5 acres is vacant. Is that something that is being considered underutilized because it's not being used to its full capacity? I think when you have commercial development on a site that's built out, it makes it cost more for development. So then again, that ties into the affordability of the overall project and the units.
I don't know that affordability is the criteria here.
Yeah, I think it's feasibility.
It's density.
Is it, well, and is it feasible that someone's actually going to redevelop it to a multifamily use as opposed to the commercial?
You scrape that building and you've got probably 4 acres right there, right where that movie theater, I'm just speculating on movie theater as an example, but it's across from Costco. It's got several supermarkets. It's right on the transit route. So if people don't have cars, it's not going to put them in a difficult position. And we're utilizing property that's sitting vacant and doing nothing. I think we should be able to reshuffle the deck and at least give those serious consideration so that we can develop some areas like with Orchard. Orchard's been vacant for probably 12 years. And it's being held as a placeholder to keep things out of it by another corporation. Obviously, we can't force people to sell their property or be part of this, but if we can waive the GPA and environmental stuff like we just did for selected sites that are underutilized but not commercial, we might be able to get where we need to go and actually serve the audience of people that we want to be in there, and they'd be close to schools, close to transit, close to shopping, and it would revitalize. Is that possible?
I would say, like Scott said, yes, anything is possible. But
She burst into tears, like, sure.
how we've done it in the past in regards to complying with the criteria used for the housing element as part of the program, that'd be a modification.
I remember, and I believe it might have been Dwight Kroll when he was still here. He discussed in Southern California how they had transformed malls into housing. And I realize I'm not talking about transforming the Sierra Vista Mall into housing, but this is not new territory.
Perhaps you should be talking about that.
Well, they'd have to fix the air conditioning apparently. But if we can, explore that too, because let's say, just figuratively, we approve these 20 sites tonight. We open up an expiration on these other commercial properties, underutilized big box stores. If we can make those work, then we can take items that there's 2 or 3 sites here that I have concerns about. Some of them, like the one on Fowler, I drove by it every day when I lived at Gettysburg and Sunnyside. And I never really realized until I stopped and looked how big that piece of property is. And it's a little beat up. And then there's the two that are right by the bank at Fowler and Shaw. They've been fallow for years, and this is not an inappropriate use, but if we could expand our search and maybe find some other ones that I would love to get that radio station property on Alluvial and Fowler fixed, because it just sits there. There's multifamily housing on the corner, there's a Daryl's mini storage in the back of it, and there's a city park connected to it. So it would be a great location. Obviously, I'm assuming we've looked at that, but is that part of a RENA overlay for another thing?
So
Is that a planned area?
Which site, Drew?
It's on Alluvial between Fowler and Sunnyside. On the south side, there's a radio station. They have towers up there.
I believe it's part of the Hernan Shepherd's Pacific Plan.
Okay, and that would keep us from you considering it?
We would need to look into that.
Yeah, I think, though, I know the one you're talking about, it's part of our inventory.
Okay, oh,
So it means we wouldn't be able to use it for this.
okay.
So
All right, I would still like to be able to have the ability to look at the commercial aspects of it and maybe utilize those properties.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. So council, the process you're going through right now is exactly the process that staff has been going through for years on this effort. I've witnessed it, so I can attest to that. For instance, the overlay program that was found to not be valid, we were hoping to put the overlay program over some underutilized commercial properties, but those sites were rejected by the state because they were not feasible. I'm concerned that could happen again in this process. We've looked at sites that we thought were, it's a great property, but the state said it was too big. Too much land, it wasn't feasible for someone to come in and develop and take down the whole entire parcel. I'm not saying I agree with these statements, but these were ideas that we put up against the wall over the years as we were trying to find solutions to this. Sierra Vista Mall is a great opportunity, but likely, I don't think that one's ever been taken to the state, but we have been told that similar situations were infeasible. And often it takes property owner consent, and that property owner isn't exactly cooperative. And so I've drawn up plans to redevelop Sierra Vista with all kinds of dreams on it for the city as a whole. So when we talk about the challenge of finding sites, you're experiencing that right now, where every site you think about looks like a really good idea, and then frankly, a bureaucratic process gets in the way at the state level, and that applies to this program as well. We have to be able to tell the state we have met the requirements. These sites are developable, that are feasible, not necessarily just for affordability, but that someone could come in that has the wherewithal to develop and be able to do so. So with that said, just know that staff has beat this pretty hard trying to find sites. And I thank them for that. It has not been an easy process. If we need to go find more sites, we'll figure it out. We always do. But obviously, it would be, to our attorney's comments, be desirable to move forward in this process.
Ask another question. I think some folks are going to talk about schools, and that there was mention of that. What is the impact on schools criteria? Schools prepare for growth. That's how that's all what they do. But some of these are putting lots of kids in an area where they never expected 250 more kids in a neighborhood, or whatever the numbers are. So is impact on schools a disqualifying feature of a property that you selected, or how did you think about school impact on some of these sites?
Yeah, so the criteria that was mentioned, that's really what was used for the site selection. The school district is aware of the infill rezone program. They actually have one of the sites that's part of the program. And because there's no actual development with the proposal, when those come in for development, the projects are routed to the school district that the property is located in, and they do provide comments. Development does require payment of their impact fees to the school, and so those fees are used to accommodate growth. And so the school district does plan for growth, and it may not be that there is capacity, but it may not be that it's at the school right next to the parcel, but it would be within the district.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple. I've been okay. With regards to the environmental analysis, so this is exempt from CEQA, but we still have to do an environmental analysis. But yet the staff report keeps saying the EA is informational document for the public. So informational meaning we don't have to abide by it, or informational as just like any other environmental document where it does have teeth, and if there are certain findings, it may qualify, disqualify certain projects.
Yeah, so the environmental assessment that was prepared, that section of the government code requires us to prepare the environmental assessment in the form of what looks like an environmental impact report. However, it won't go through the same procedures. So it won't go through public notification, the public comment period like a typical EIR would go through. And so in this case, it's more informational because we are not subject to CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, but we do have to prepare something to show where the impacts are. The environmental assessment that was prepared did show where the impacts are, and there are mitigation measures that are applicable to the project sites. So when development comes into the 20 sites, they would be subject to those mitigation measures that we found during the process.
And
so it's informational because it provides
public
the information showing that we did an analysis, but because it's exempt, essentially CEQA doesn't apply, so there's not really anything to go against because the environmental isn't technically applicable.
So really, we can't be held to the standards of whatever was found in the environmental analysis. Is that pretty legally bound by it?
Yeah, so the mitigation measures that were established through the environmental
Or like
assessment
recommendations?
they'll be part of the project. So if a project comes in for development, they will have to comply with those mitigation measures if they apply.
And so for the ones that were significant but unavoidable, it's just sort of, hey, that comes with development. A lot of the air quality ones, some of them with noise, and so you identified them in the environmental. Because it's unavoidable, it's part of development. And so we just have to, meaning neighborhoods and the city just have to sort of, hey, it's part of development. Is that the correct analysis of significant but unavoidable?
Yeah, it's identifying that impact, there wasn't, that it reached the criteria. Basically, this document is CEQA, but it's not. It's an EIR, but under a different cloak. And the biggest difference with this document is that you are not approving this document. It goes to the judge, and the judge approves this environmental assessment. So that's why you notice in your what you're approving tonight, you're not approving the environmental assessment. That'll go to the judge as part of the agreement, settlement agreement to say, he'll review it and say whether this is adequate or not, as far as the analysis of the environmental impacts. And then to your point, as far as identifying impacts that are significant and unavoidable, yes, we're saying because, and as well, this is what we call a program level document. We're not looking at an actual how the site is being developed. It's really hard to know exactly what, like the air quality impacts, how much dirt is going to be moved up, turned around and create an air quality impact. So in essence, a lot of these issues, we have to declare it as significant and unavoidable because we just don't have enough information to say, no, we can reduce this to a level less than significant. So when these individual projects come in, they're subject to all the mitigation measures that are here, but in their separate analysis, they can show that they're reducing those impacts to less than significant. They're doing the right air quality requirements, or that, this only has 20 units, there's enough development, roads in the area are sufficient so that there isn't a transportation impact. So each project, when they come in, they're going to be subject to CEQA, but as well have to apply these mitigation measures. And it also gives them that ability, if there is potentially significant impacts that they cannot avoid, then they're covered under this, that they wouldn't have to go up to an EIR level.
My other question is, it's a GPA. GPA has 4 criteria, rezone has 3. Both of them, there's that number 2, would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, and general welfare. So I just want to ask the staff, in the analysis for both, you are saying they don't do any of those, these 20 parcels, correct? Because you're saying the rezone is fine, there's no detriment to public interest, health, safety, convenience, and general welfare. You made that finding for both the GPA and the rezone. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Again, the environmental assessment is informational only, so it's meant to show where there are potential environmental impacts, and if there's mitigation that would apply, that future development does comply with that. But in regards to the general plan amendment and rezone, because technically it's exempt from CEQA, basically it's saying we don't take that into consideration when making the findings because it's exempt.
Okay.
And we did make the findings for both the general plan amendment and rezone.
In a regular GPA and rezone, would we ever require a traffic study?
Yes.
And then here,
There was traffic analysis that was done with part of it, but again, this is at a program level. So if a project is coming in at, if we had like an actual development project, we would know more about what that impact would be because we would know the exact project. When development comes in, our traffic engineering staff may require additional traffic analysis to see what kind of improvements or things like that would be necessary with that project.
so on the programmatic level, no traffic issues because we're just talking about 1,300 homes, units. And so it's just coming in spread out, but we're not looking at individually, so that's why it's okay? Am I understanding that analysis? Because I didn't see anything about traffic in the environmental, and so I wanted to see when does that happen? And then a lot of the concerns I keep hearing is traffic, traffic, traffic. And as a decision maker, I don't have the ability to go, well, the traffic study said X road, that road should be able to handle whatever comes in that vacant land. So I'm trying to reconcile the two, or is this not the time to do that? And the residents are just concerned about something that later on they can come back in and require on the project level?
The state of California changed the requirements under CEQA, and so that traffic impacts as far as, congestion are no longer considered an impact under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on, yeah, just.
It's still an issue with the general plan and the rezoning, where you look at that from your general plan and your policies to look at if there's potential impacts, on those impacts. So it's just not a CEQA impact. It's still an impact that's looked at the city level or county level, as far as the, looking at what we used to refer to as level of service, or how much congestion's going on. What's the criteria now is vehicle miles traveled. How much generation of vehicle miles traveled is done by this project, and that's what was assessed here. And it was identified in the environmental assessment that we're not meeting those. It's actually, it would increase the VMT a certain amount, so that because the county and the area is in non-compliance, it would still be a significant unavoidable impact because it's not reducing those levels, because it's adding an increase, even though it's a very slight increase in the vehicle miles traveled. But as well, because the 20 sites are spread out, there isn't a
concentration of vehicle miles traveled in any one spot in the city. And so.
Those mitigations for VMT, then we pay?
So those are criteria in there, so as the projects come in, they can utilize those mitigation measures or identify with their own environmental analysis that they're not increasing the VMT.
Go ahead.
I was just going to state that when a project does come in for development, they may be subject to an a traffic analysis that would address the level of service, which is the site improvements that would be required with the project.
So this goes back to then the question, I think my colleague said, well, there's these others, and we keep saying to them, they can't go in because we have to do this environmental analysis. And yet when I ask about the environmental analysis, we're just talking about the program. So it's 1,300 units. So what's the issue now? Because if we take 50 out and put 50 in, there shouldn't be an environmental analysis because we're just looking at the program. Is my thinking wrong in that? In that we got 1,300, we study 1,300. So if we can find something that fits still within the 1,300, we don't need to do an EA. Is that an accurate statement? Or no, because you did it over here and it was never asked for, and you did it down here, it was never asked for.
So what we're studying is the project description that was provided to us for the project, which identified these 20 sites. We looked at these 20 sites in doing our analysis for the whole environmental assessment. So if you switch out one of those projects, then we have to then revise that analysis to say, okay, we're not studying this lot here, but now we're studying this lot, or not these 3 lots, but these 3 lots. So there is going to be some assessment that's going to be needed, because I think a judge, you could turn it into the judge, but I don't think they would accept it. They said, this isn't the project you studied, so you need to redo that analysis. So basically, the analysis needs to follow what's the project description.
The actual projects themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
So back to my first question, George and Marissa. On
go
a
ahead.
typical GPA and rezone, we would do it to an applicant, hey, do a traffic study, is that correct? Right, because I usually see them, so I just want to.
If there's a project associated with that GPA and rezone, yes.
So because there's no project associated, is that why we're not doing it?
We would, typically, that's a lot of the environmental has been covered under the EIR for the general plan, so it's been addressed under there. Council often sees a traffic impact study because we're bringing a project before you.
Yeah. So, but some of these are low to very high, and so that comes with sort of given numbers, right? So we don't even do it. In this instance, a lot of it's changing from low. It's not a very high to a very high in a lot of the units. So we're not going to do one. We're not going to require one. It's not a good time to require it. It's hard to study it, even though we got 20 parcels identified. I just want to understand why we didn't do it.
Yeah, so this is a unique situation, again, because we have that court order. We don't often use Government Code Section 65759 to address projects. And the only reason we are using that here is because of the judgment. Typically, when you have a general plan amendment or rezone, you are going to require some kind of environmental review, whether it's an initial study for a mitigated neg deck. And we do require technical studies that address the VMT for CEQA, that address level of service would be more of at a project level. So if we only had a general plan amendment and rezone and no actual project, it may not be something that we would require because there's no actual project. When the actual project comes in for site plan review or development, that's when we would require traffic analysis for those improvements. The VMT would be handled through the environmental. So as Eric mentioned, the state has changed the metric for how we analyze traffic impacts environmentally. But again, this is very unique because we only use it with the court judgment. I've been in the field for almost 20 years, and this is the first time that we've used that, or I've used that section, because again, it's not very common. But again, that government code section essentially exempts the project from whatever the environmental impact is.
So can there be a situation in which one of the parcels comes in and traffic goes, no way? Right? Because we didn't do it now. I just keep saying, we know how many units are coming in. It's not a secret. It's not like, oh, they're rezoning it to low, so we don't know if they're going to do the low end or high end. We know the numbers. We don't do it, but what if, okay, the project's going to come in, we'll just use the Harlan Ranch. Traffic study goes, it's going to be so much, the recommendation is no. There's too much impact. So what do we do then? Is it just an automatic yes because of this? Or do we, at that time, then say no? And so I'm trying to understand, because I look at the items the residents put out, right? Incompatible, privacy, traffic was almost in every one, property values, alternate sites available, infrastructure in school, and then the buffering zone. I look at all those, and it seems like it doesn't address their concerns. At least if we can address traffic, if we can address some of the things, or is our answer to our residents, when the project comes in, we'll find out. But today, it's an automatic yes, as in like, because the court's ordering us to. And so I'm trying to understand, could we have not said, yes, let's do a traffic study on all the sites, so that way we can be fully prudent and done the right thing, like Lynn's been saying, this is a good area that can handle it.
Well, one of the issues with this is, again, a program level, so we were looking at like traffic from a citywide perspective on this. If we were going to look at each individual project, then it would have been like a traffic impact statement for all 20 sites. And so I don't think the cost would have been would have been quite extraordinary to do every site to a project level, and then we'd have to estimate, we have the units that we're expecting on that site, but they could be less or more. There's some leeway there. And then, where are going to be the access points to those projects? Are they going to come off of one street or the other if they have those options? So it creates it's trying to do a traffic impact study with the information that you don't, with information that we don't have. So it really wouldn't have been very prudent to do that level of analysis, because as those projects come in, we would have to redo that project, redo that anyway. So it just would have been, basically a guess at that point in time, and probably would have tripled the cost of the project, the environmental document.
And can you help?
Yeah, so at this point, if a project comes in to apply to actually develop, we'll gain a lot of information. We'll gain the site plan, we'll gain the number of units, we'll know where it's at in the community, of course. Those items are what we take to go do technical studies at that point to look at water supply, sewer capacity, traffic. The school district will weigh in, fire department will weigh in, everybody weighs in. That project is obligated to mitigate those issues. And that may be an issue for feasibility for a project if the burden is so high to upgrade a certain street to a certain width, or a turn pocket, or sewer line to a certain size, et cetera. So that's the process that staff would be going through on a project-by-project basis underneath the umbrella of this environmental document. I'm not sure if I should call it that, this document that is providing the environmental protection over the projects. So they still have to meet their obligation to being a good neighbor and to building infrastructure that those residents need.
So with regards to the environmental, so your assessment of sewer, waste, our services coming, because I think that our services responded, fire said, oh, no impact, police said no impact, sewer said no impact, right, less than significant. A lot of those were less than significant, and then when they come in, we would then analyze it again on a
yes.
More
so
detailed
we looked
level?
at the environmental impacts based on the county general plan and the level, and the services that were available. What was the sewer capacity there? That what were the number of units that were expected in the city of Clovis, and did this project go above that level that might make it a significant impact, or make it so that the sewer capacity wasn't available there? So our analysis showed that it was within the population and the development that was planning to occur in the city of Clovis. So therefore, we found consistency with your planning, so that there was less than significant impact on several of the impacts.
Well,
So, it was
It
looking at the
bothers me
city
because-
as a whole, not each individual project, but with, it's like, here's these 20 sites, and they're going to be developed to this higher level. How many more units is that going to be? How many more people is that going to be, based on your, units, people per household requirement or estimates? And we did that analysis, then grouping them all as a whole to see if they fit within the city of Clovis general plan. The numbers provided for that, what the estimated growth was going to be. And then, so since it was under that growth estimate, then we assumed that the sewer capacity was there for those units.
Well,
as an
I'm just
example.
troubled because this is a project we know the number of units. And others is just a color, red, 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 green, 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 and then we can kind of assess it on programmatic level. This one, these colors have exact numbers with it. And so why didn't we, that's what's bothering me a lot, because before, we have to do what, 2,800 something, right, units? So can't we study those 2,800 units and what the impact is on the rest? And yet now we keep saying, well, it's program only, even though we know it's 2,800 units, but really it's program. Well, which is it?
Well,
if we know 2,800, what is the impact? And if of the parcels, we already have, was it 17 very high, and then 3 very high? And so we know exactly what's coming in. And so I look at it, I just go, it makes it very frustrating for me at least, one on the council going, I can't face our resident and say, no impact, sorry, no impact, or yes, a lot of impact, because I don't have the information. And so how do we get that information, or do we rely on a general environmental analysis and just say, it all checks, don't worry about it. When it comes in, we'll talk again.
The analysis was very similar to doing a general plan amendment, when you're looking at the increase in development for the city and whether the new area is coming in. So we did use those numbers that were provided to us as far as the number of units that were there. And then we also estimated, here was the number of units that we need, the density that was proposed, is assumed for each of these projects. And then we also went to the maximum level of density just to make sure that we were covering, that potential where some of these it was R3 zone, and what the assumed density was, you could actually go higher than that in that density. So we made sure to assess that as well. So it was looking at all 20 projects, but we're sort of aggregating all those units together and doing the analysis.
Okay.
And Mayor?
Yeah.
I think one of the disconnects here is that there was an average density assumed for this programmatic, whereas when we get a project, we'll have an exact.
I understand that, Andy, but we do have an exact number we have to do, right? And so regardless of where it is, it kind of gives us an idea. Yeah. This parcel is 20 plus. This parcel is
there's a range.
35. Yeah, and
but we don't know the exact impact until we know the exact units with the project.
Okay. Well, I think that's difficult for our residents. Well, I'll leave that one there. Okay, my next question is with regards to the environmental. It gives us 3 alternatives. Can you explain that to me? Alternative 1 goes no project. Alternative 2 goes alternate candidate sites, and alternative 3 for us to choose is reduced number of rezone sites at higher densities. Can you just, are those options for us to choose?
They're potentially options,
okay.
But it's the process following the California Environmental Quality Act process for doing an environmental impact report, where you have to study alternatives, and you look at alternatives to reduce those identified significant and unavoidable impacts. So that's what those alternatives were there for, was to give you that information to say, this project has these significant unavoidable impacts. If we did this alternative, we could reduce some of these impacts, or this alternative, we could reduce other impacts there. But then, whether those alternatives meet the criteria or not for this project, that would then, satisfy the courts is then the question. So it's a process just done through, as part of the California Environmental Quality Act. But they are options that you could consider. It's just whether or not they meet the criteria and then get you to the point you need as far as the court settlement.
Okay. And then I'll ask again, because the environmental says with regards to water, and then the drainage, and then also sewer, it says less than significant. And so I want to know how from low residential to very high, it can be less than significant.
That, like, when you talk about, let's say, flood capacity and drainage, it's really looking at what percentage of that property are you actually developing? Is the dirt being covered with the hard surface? So if you go to a higher density, you're usually going up in elevation, so you're not necessarily increasing the land coverage that much. And then looking at it as well, you know, looking at your general plan and what those capacities were available there in the general plan, are we increasing that beyond that level that was anticipated in your general plan? And that's where we came up with that less than significant impact.
And then even with water usage, because
Yeah,
low
then
means 6 units, and now
there
we're
was
going
a
to
water
30
supply
plus.
assessment that was done, that
Just
we,
water okay.
yeah, that was done, then we used that information from that water supply assessment to do those calculations and make that determination.
Okay, Marissa, you were going to say something?
I was just going to add that when the development comes in or when the actual project comes in, water and sewer may be something that's required to determine, do they have the correct pipe line available in proximity to support the project itself. So as Andy mentioned, if we determine certain requirements and then that development is not able to meet that requirement due to cost, then that may not make the project feasible. But it's at that time of development where we'll know what the exact impact would be based on the project.
Yeah. So it also, I want to go back to police and fire, because it says that even with all these units coming in, they are saying less than significant impacts. Typically, when we do a mitigated negative deck, it goes to the fire department. They actually analyze it. Did we do that the same, or is this just a general since it's falling?
We looked at the, you know, again, we relied on your general plan and what was stated in there as far as the, you know, what the ratio was for police protection and as well for fire protection, and then found that those were within those limits there that were identified in the general plan, that these weren't going over that limit that was expected in the general plan.
So this did not go to police and fire for them to give
I think we
thumbs up?
Yes,
They did? I just want to confirm.
The entire environmental assessment was
Yeah.
routed to all departments.
So this is them saying, fire says, hey, build all these, less than significant. PD saying, yeah, build all these, we can still service them less than significant.
So again, they didn't prepare the document. When the
Yeah.
document was prepared, it was routed to all departments for their review and comment.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that on the record.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I would add that these properties would also be obligated to join any CFDs
Yeah.
or facilities districts we have to help support those services.
Okay. And then my last question is, with all those items for the residents, did we respond? Did we give answers to some of their concerns, or were they just put in as part of the record? Can you give some?
Yeah, so the
feedback?
comments that were received in writing were
Okay.
put into the record. We did not individually respond to all of the emails or the letters. So again, they were put in the record. At the informational meetings, a lot of these topics came up, and we've addressed a lot of the comments that have come in: traffic, sewer, water, school capacity, things like that at those meetings.
Okay, so we did, but the general topics of concerns, we did address.
Correct, yeah, because a lot of those concerns came up at the informational meetings.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I have. And so, any other questions?
But I
Go
just
ahead.
have one last question.
Drew? and then
Let's
Diane.
say we approve a site. It goes through the planning process. There's a CEQA document, water, sewer, all this stuff. And let's say it's a burden that we're not going to be able to fix. Do we have the ministerial right to say no to a project, or has that been taken away from us?
What would occur is if there's identified significant and unavoidable impact, then it would require to do an environmental impact report. And in doing an environmental impact report, then you can determine whether or not you think that project is more important, you know, is going to be a better benefit. Sure.
So with the development project, if it comes in for a ministerial review, we would still require that sewer water analysis, and those would be conditions of approval. So we have not, ministerial review has not removed the authorization for the city to require certain improvements to be made to accommodate that specific development. So if If a sewer study comes out and says you need to do this improvement, that is a condition of approval of the project. And so that project would be subject to that condition.
I guess where I'm going here, and I give this to Scott, if, let's say, one of these projects comes in, they're proposing to put in a 3 or 4 story and,
Not 4.
well, either way.
Won't be allowed.
A multifamily 3-story, and the sewer capacity isn't there, the traffic study we have concerns with, and we say no, we're not going to approve that as it is. Are we in violation of this order by saying, no, we don't approve that specific project?
No, the judgment doesn't require approval of any specific project beyond the rezone itself. Each individual project, if and when it comes, will be taken on its own.
Okay.
As Mackenzie said, the city is still going to be able to impose conditions on those projects, to require additional traffic studies or other technical studies that are in connection with that, impose the required mitigation measures that are identified in the EA, the environmental assessment tonight, and any other potential mitigation measures that may be identified in subsequent technical studies that are done at a project-specific level. Again, we're at a program-specific level. Can the city accommodate 1,300 additional units based on water supply? Yes, that's what the environmental assessment says. Yeah, we have enough water supply to handle 1,300 additional units in the city of Clovis. Generally speaking, can police service an additional 1,300 units in Clovis? Yes. Can fire service it? Yes. That's what the environmental assessment has done at a programmatic level. When we get to specific project impacts, we will have the ability to look at those further, impose conditions, impose mitigation, and even say, no, your project is not good as is. You need to go back to the drawing board for X, Y, Z.
And I assume that Sacramento is probably going to take that away from us, but that's rhetorical.
Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, so I want to go back a little bit of what the mayor's questioning was, just to make sure I understand, because I kind of had this in my own questions. These 20 parcels, if they had come individually and independently outside of this program to the city and said, hey, we'd like to rezone our parcel, we want a general plan amendment, rezone, would that process for those on an individual basis, would it have followed the same process that the program did? Were they the exact same steps, or what would be the difference?
So if they individually came in, they would not require a water supply assessment. The water supply assessment is only triggered when you have over 600 residential units, so that's what applied here. But individually, they would be required their technical analysis, and we would take them individually to see what the impacts are individually. And if the parcel's small and there's not really anything significant, it may not be a mitigated neg deck. It may be exempt from CEQA because it's under 5 acres. There's other exemptions that could apply to those projects depending on the site size, location, et cetera. So with individually each one, they would still be required to go through the general plan amendment, go through the rezone process. If we had a project, then we could analyze that even further. If it didn't and it was just the general plan amendment and rezone, we'd again estimate what the minimum and maximum could be. But again, it would just depend on the site size to determine what kind of environmental would be required for that specific project.
So my concern with that is the idea that there could have been parcels that are among these 20 that would come to the city and ask for this process to be done for them independent of this program, and the city's answer would not have been, hey, sure, no problem, we'll take it to Planning Commission and then the council and try and approve this. And so I think, again, it's the trappings of this program, how it's constructed, what it's having us do with these parcels that I think is giving apparently all of us up here some significant consternation and frustration with how we actually implement it. And I want to take just a brief second to say publicly, because I've said it privately, this is not something that staff went out and said, hey, let's see if we can bring this program to the city. This is not something that anyone directly associated with the city, none of the 5 of us up here or any other staff members thought this was something we wanted to bring to the city. Staff has taken what was brought to us as part of this judgment and had to go through this entire process. And you guys have done what was asked of you, and you've done it very, very well. So all of the concerns and the frustrations and the questions that are coming, whether it's from the 5 of us or what I'm sure will be coming in public comment as well, we've already received a number of public comments. That is no reflection on what our staff has done or the quality of the work you have done. That is all just kind of part of how we're dealing with this program. And so I just want to say that you guys have done a great job, but we still have to kind of work through all of it and deal with these questions. And I think the legitimate concerns and frustrations that are coming out as now this has moved, again, from just a concept of a program from the judgment and the housing element to now we have it on paper and we can actually see the sites, and we know, we actually can imagine some, like has been said, we all live near some of these sites. And so we can imagine the impacts of what this is going to do in our neighborhoods. And that is where the frustration, the consternation, and all of this is kind of stemming from, because now we're finally at that point where we're like, okay, I know what's going to happen if, and as the mayor pointed out very well, an R3 zone, we know the acreage of these parcels, we know what the range of units per acre is for that zone. We know how many units are going to be brought into this program because of these particular parcels, and we understand what the traffic impacts are going to be. We actually don't need a study for that. We can kind of understand that already. We know what the schools are that are in those neighborhoods and the impacts that will be on those schools for the number of units we can already understand would be represented by these particular parcels in those areas. And so that is another piece of this that is giving me significant pause and is kind of a hurdle for me as well. And then the other kind of thing I just want to throw out there, it's not particularly a question, is just I have a concern. We're in the middle of this general plan update. And I'm concerned that we don't have the ability to genuinely assure people of the integrity of our general plan and our general plan update process, because none of these sites, because we've talked about it a lot, Councilmember Ashbeck says it often, we're in a process where we want to imagine what Clovis is like, what this community becomes 30 years into the future. And when these sites have been part of our city in previous general plans, and none of them were zoned for high or very high density residential development. They were zoned for something else. That was that vision. And so I'm concerned that as part of this general plan and our general plan update process, what we find ourselves in, and the reason this program is before us, is because at a previous point, we had this overlay that we've mentioned that was approved by the state agency, and they said, you're in compliance. You're good with your regional housing needs assessment, including these high densities. And then we found out that what trumps all of that is a lawsuit and a judge. And so how can we assure our community that what we do up here is actually valid and they can trust it? Now, that doesn't say that we don't still have general plan amendments, but I think the thing is, when a single thing comes forward, it's a little easier for people to comprehend, to digest. There's a more straightforward process, and this really doesn't have that. This is just kind of dumping all of this on our community, and we're just kind of going, hey, wait a minute, I don't think this is so great. What can we do about it? And so, again, I just think that all of this may have good intentions. We may be heading toward a valid and positive goal, but I feel like everything that we're talking about, all of these questions are being asked, are just highlighting the fact that it is our current residents, our current people who have worked so hard to get where they are, that are being punished and having to bear the burden of this program, and I don't like it.
Lynn, did you have some comments?
No, I think that's right. And I guess what I want it also to be clear, it's not that we don't want people to live in Clovis, because that's what's going to happen. I'm talking now. Sorry. No, we're not talking. I'm talking.
Just don't respond so that way we can get, yeah, thank you.
Are you done? Okay, great. So that's how this is going to get spun in the press. We don't want other people to live here. I don't know any city that's worked harder to make this work. We have 6 really strong elements. We've got 5, we've got 5.5. So I think I agree with Diane. This is very hard. It's 20 parcels at a time. It's not one parcel in my neighborhood. It's 20 at a time. So I think we are trying to figure out the right way to do it. I do think that the ship has probably sailed on the criteria. I think I really can't imagine spending another $500,000 to sort this out or whatever it would cost. But I do think there's some way to kind of adjust this a bit so that the collective we, don't pay the price for this surprise zoning that you don't have a way to address. If it's a general plan in your neighborhood, you get a note and you can come here and we can talk about it. All that's gone. So, and the other thing I want to be really clear on, it's not because the city didn't do its job. I think Vaughn was right. We didn't fail anything. We did what we thought. We did what was required. It was approved. And then all of a sudden, the way they recalculated, like, oh, you're this many units short. And I was like, oh, that's a problem. And then we end up in court. So I think we lost our own ability as well because of all of that. But not one speck of it is because we don't want people to live in Clovis that are not like us. And that's how this gets played over, and that's really exhausting when you look at how much work people have done. So I don't know where we'll land tonight, but we all live next to one of these, and so we all feel that pressure, and what is it going to be like? We don't know. I think the other thing that's really important is we're not going to give up our standards. So just because if you build one of these and you want to build 300 units or whatever it is, you still have the same requirements that the city has for everything else. Sidewalks, setbacks, landscaping, place for kids to play, whatever all that is. So we're not giving up the things that matter to Clovis, and we said that all along. We want to do it our way, but right now this isn't feeling super great like our way. And I think, but I want you to understand that. So I've seen a few comments online like, you just gave up and you rolled over. No, we did not. We went to the Supreme Court. Like, we did everything we could possibly do. And I do think Diane's right. Our staff has done just an amazing job at trying to sort this out, none of which helps if you live next door to any of these projects. So we get that, that we're just trying to find our way through this in a way that makes sense. So anyway, just add to that. Diane's
Go ahead,
comment.
George.
If I may, Mayor, I just wanted to respond to the general plan update process, so thank you for those comments. And I think that's a legitimate concern and a question that was brought up. And I think one of the critical components that we can potentially utilize during the general plan update process is policy changes, right? Bolster our policies. When we bring a GPA before council, we outline goals and policies for each item. If you don't see that it meets the intent or the desire of council, then it's your decision whether you want to approve it or not. We do plan a joint meeting between council and the planning commission in the fall. Maybe that's a great opportunity for us to discuss some policy changes that can bolster that desire that you want to see here. So just wanted to point that out. Also too, there's been a lot of discussion on the criteria, right? And I think, I'm not sure where council is going to go with this tonight. I would look at Scott to guide us if that's where you want to make changes to. I guess what I want to point out and make it very clear to everyone is that Planning and Development Services selected a criteria that was defensible and that was consistent with what the state adopted with their housing element. If we want to deviate from that, I'll look at Scott to help us guide us through that. And secondly, too, I know there was a comment made about talking with LAFCO, which is the Fresno Formation Commission agency, and also the county about making potential changes, policy changes, which I think those are good intentions, but I think at the end of the day, they are their own government with their own regulations and policies that we can't, at the end of the day, change. I think that any potential agreements will have to be made between Andy and those agencies as to whether any agreements will be made down the line. we can have a conversation with these agencies, but I think it's tough. And I think Andy can talk a little bit more about just prior agreements that we've done with them. It's not easy. I just want to point that out, that it may take some time.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just
Yes, go
real
ahead,
quick.
Scott.
So two things. Number one, I wouldn't suggest we need to engage with LAFCO or the county on any of this tonight. There's no requirement that we have to hold off or get their approval on any of this stuff. So that's an issue for another day, perhaps. As far as the criteria, I guess my understanding and I guess my suggestion would be not to look to modify the criteria that we use to identify sites, but maybe look deeper at sites to see whether or not they satisfy the existing criteria. That's where I got council, with Councilman Bessinger identifying some sites. I think, Lynn, you identified some potential sites. Like, would those meet the criteria? Maybe we need to look further and get a little more creative and have those discussions with opposing council, perhaps. But I wouldn't suggest we certainly can't modify within the city limits. It's got to be within the city limits. It can't be part of another program. I've already said we can't double dip. We can't double count sites that are going to satisfy this program and sites that may satisfy other programs. So we can't double dip there. Vacant and underutilized is what it is. I guess, what is underutilized? Your version of underutilized may not be mine. So we could be creative perhaps in identifying other sites that might satisfy the underutilization, perhaps. And then the size, I think, is not, we really can't modify the size. But so that's the way I understood it to be, and I guess I would suggest tonight, no matter where you go, that there'd be nothing that includes, let's look at modifying the criteria as opposed to give it another shot. If we need to give it another shot to identify other sites, so be it. We can go back and see if we need to do that.
Well, I do want to read this into the record just because I thought the GPA and the rezone did not meet the standards, but now I'm understanding because we looked at it at a programmatic level. It states on, this is requirement 3 and requirement 3 for the rezone and GPA. So it says, the parcel is physically suitable, including absence of physical constraints, access, compatibility with adjoining land uses, and provision of utilities for the requested anticipated project. And this is our answer to that. This finding pertains to the physical suitability of a site and therefore is not applicable to the proposed project. The infill rezone program does not approve or propose any specific development project on any specific parcel. I think it's a cop-out on justification, but on the programmatic level, it seems to suit it. So I just wanted to read that because we're just saying, hey, because we're not talking about your specific project, we don't have to answer any of this. It matches, it checks a box. So I just wanted to say that. And then my solution for this is, I think anything that is coming in, we need to require very high and high. So that way, new stuff, right? Because we're not counting even our sixth element. There's none of those. So if new stuff is coming in, we need to require, hey, gotta get a certain percentage there. So that way, if and when, we can eliminate things within the city because we can plan for it very well. But it's when we're forced that we don't do a good job of it. So I think we need to plan for it so that way the inventory is greater than 1,300. Hey, look at that, we got 4,500. Potentially some of these can be rezoned back. So that would be my solution. All right, we're gonna open the public portion. If you have any comments, you can address the council. I know there'll be quite a few of you, so if you can keep your comments to 3 minutes, and then we will go from there. Please state your name, and if you can give your address for the record. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Moanatoa, council members. Kieran Jones. I reside in Clovis at Sunnyside and Shepherd, but I'm actually here on behalf of my parents, Gerard and Sarah Jones, who reside on White Ash near DeWolf and Armstrong. Really here, just in opposition specifically to sites 197 and 157. I know a couple of the other sites. I drive by them quite often, fine with those rezones. Thank you, council members Bascal and the mayor for response to my emails that I sent around the time that this was before the Planning Commission, and to council member Pierce for visiting my parents. As council member Ashbeck said, this is a car-dependent area. There's no amenities near those sites, none. And you're talking about 300 new sites. I do want to correct council member Ashbeck though. It's not 300 people who are going to be using a car. It's 600 for mom and dad. It's 900 when little Timmy turns 16 and wants to drive to high school because there's no high school nearby. It's, 1,200 when his girlfriend comes over every night, There's no amenities here. My dad is 76 years old and goes out on his bike every day. 1,200 more cars in an area that isn't adequate, and the new tax measures we're looking at aren't going to allow for any expansion of the road amenities nearby. It's just not acceptable. There is a judgment. You are in a situation where you have to rezone some sites. You don't have to rezone these sites. And with regards to the cost so far, $400,000, that came from all of us, and we're here saying spend more. Go back to the drawing board and figure out something better. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pragati Desai, and I'm a resident of 1275 North Terry, Clovis. First of all, thank you for all the employees. You guys did an amazing job. The communication was there. Thank you for the mayor and the councilmen who are here to listen to what we have to say. So I am right where it's for, I think it's 72, the block 72, which is the Nice and Peach intersection. When you look at the schools over there, so my biggest concern, like everybody mentioned, is traffic. I didn't make up these numbers. These are from California Department of Education. So Garfield has 615 kids. Alta Sierra has 1,397 kids, and Buchanan has 2,578 kids. So there are so many kids who are already going to those schools. I drop my kids. I have an elementary school kid. I have a middle school kid. So I drop them, and it's a 45-minute venture, even when I just stay there. So just dropping them off, coming back, I can't let them ride the bikes because right now the situation is not very safe for them to ride the bikes even today. Second thing is I think one of you mentioned that, yes, you guys have spoken to the school, and my focus is on schools and traffic. We just went through rezoning of the schools. So our kids have already just went through changing of schools. A new 72 units come up over there, and the schools will say, oh, we are going to rezone the school, so now my kid who's supposed to go to Alta Sierra will be pushed to some other school. We just went through all that. So our kids are not having that consistency of education because some new school, new construction will happen. I have little schools. There are new kids who are going to come in. We might get pushed out because when I was looking at the criteria, when they put the kids into different schools, they are bussed out. The first criteria is low-income communities get priorities. The main reason I worked hard, you mentioned, that we want our kids to go to these schools. If I'm pushed out, if I'm bussed out, it doesn't make sense for me being over there. So that's my biggest concern is traffic, rezoning the schools, my kids getting bussed into a different schools, my neighbors, all of us will be in some other school districts. So that's my biggest concern is just traffic and safety of schools. So that's the reason I would highly recommend looking at those things as well, which looks like it's not a part of the study, but I would recommend focusing on those things as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Wes Veets, 3720 Serena Avenue, Clovis, which is in Harlan Ranch. Most of what I was going to discuss has already been discussed, so a lot of the wind's been taken out of my sails. But I do want to point out the two parcels that were just mentioned, 197 and 157. By the definition of the Department of Agriculture, it's a food desert. It's more than 3 miles to any grocery store. Scheduled public transit is almost non-existent, and these points have all been made, but I want to reiterate that of the 20 parcels. I'm not familiar with the other 18, but those two have got to be at the bottom of the list in terms of feasibility and viability. They're just not viable for what's being proposed or what may be proposed. So I really appreciated all the conversations that I heard, and work to be done, but it needs to be done. We have to comply with the court orders, but I appreciate everything that's been done and look forward to how this proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Mr.
Sir?
Vietz,
Sir,
it
is there
was
a
your
question?
letter that the light bulb went off about the food desert. I mean, I'm a dietitian. I've done this work for 50 years. I'm like, wait, how come I didn't think about that? But I just want to commend you. Your letter was what made me go, wait, what are we doing here? So thank you. All of you made a difference, but that letter was like, aha.
I appreciate
So
that.
thank you.
Because what I heard sounded very familiar. So, and I actually discussed this with Diane, off record a while back, so.
I'm big on
I
plagiarizing
appreciate
and
that.
taking all the credit myself.
Thank
It was
you.
you. It was you. So thank you for the
No,
letter.
we elected you, so you're doing our work.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the letter.
Hello, I am Apache, Chickasaw tribe. My grandfather is Willie Medrano, and my name is Des Martinez. This is a reminder that the rezone program came as a result of the Clovis failing to meet its mandatory obligations under the housing element law to zone adequate sites to meet the needs of those who need affordable housing in a city, and affirmatively furthering fair housing laws by meeting its housing element obligations. It has been said that the city staff has done a tremendous job to work with its attorneys and my attorneys to meet these requirements of the settlement agreement. This ball is in the city's court. Whether you abide by the mandatory terms of the settlement agreement that was previously signed and stated it would honor, the city needs to abide by these terms of the agreement and the approval of the rezone program as written and recommended by its own city Clovis staff. Now, you've heard my questions, you've heard my concerns, my frustrations, you've heard me come back again and again because I believe that affordable housing needs to be built on this land right here. Not talked about, actually built. And I want to make something very clear tonight. Even when, okay, I'm going to skip that part, hold on. Yeah, that wasn't necessary, sorry. I'm going to calm down. I will continue to watch this process. I will continue asking questions. I will continue looking at the parcels. I will continue advocating for people who need affordable housing because this isn't just about meeting anymore. This is a lawsuit. And the reason we are here is because the city made commitments to the state regarding housing, and those commitments were not fulfilled. The state didn't create tax credit for Clovis so that Clovis can say, we'd like to build affordable housing someday. Those tax credits, grants, and housing programs exist because California has a housing crisis. They exist because people need homes. So if Clovis wants to continue to go to the state for affordable housing tax credits, grants, funding, and other housing resources, then Clovis needs to create the land and opportunities necessary to actually build that housing. You cannot ask for money and then refuse to create housing. I also want to make something very clear about tonight. You cannot tell people that they can only build affordable housing in Clovis if they're only putting in senior affordable housing. We need affordable housing for seniors, but seniors are not the only ones that need housing. Families need housings, people with disability need housings, people working jobs who still cannot afford Clovis rent need housing. People with housing vouchers need housing. And every one of those people deserve an opportunity to live in a community of their choice. If you pass the infill rezone tonight, these parcels don't magically become something else. They remain subject to the obligations attached to them, including affordable housing requirements and applicable payment of in lieu obligations. So this isn't about whether we can make the problem disappear, because you can't. And frankly, I'm really tired of hearing the public blame the people that brought the lawsuit forward, would be me, for these parcels when Clovis staff was the ones that picked them out, and people sitting in this room today should take accountability for those parcels. And yes, including Harlan Ranch.
Yeah, Des, can I ask you to summarize? 3 minutes is up.
You said 10 minutes. It said 10 minutes on the topic I asked beforehand. But let me go ahead and finish up really
No,
quick.
it's 3 minutes per
Oh, it is?
person, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked that guy in the back, and he said topic was, this was considered a topic, and on there it says 10 minutes. So I don't have 10 minutes, though.
No, you don't.
I ain't got all that time for y'all.
Yeah, so if you
So,
could summarize.
okay, let me finish up then. Here's a good one. And then I look above your head. In God we trust. And I have to ask you, do you really think those words, are you thinking about those words tonight? If you really trust in God, or anybody out here trust in God, then shouldn't we have the trust that people who need housing are human beings, deserving of dignity? If you all believe in God, then why doesn't love thy neighbor mean? Does it mean only for certain neighbors, wealthy neighbors, homeowners, neighbors who can't afford a house in Clovis? Or does it really mean all neighbors? Because I don't believe God put a price tag on who deserves to belong where, and I don't believe being poor makes somebody less worthy of being your neighbor. So tonight, I'm asking that you do more and pass this ordinance. I'm asking you to recognize what this moment represents. For years, for 6 years, I filed this in 2019, and it is 2026.
Stop, we're gonna have to,
I'm not waiting any longer.
thank you.
Hello, my name's Jenny Daly Alchi. I am a resident of Harlan Ranch, and I have been to the meeting a few times now. I just wanted to reiterate that I am a Latina resident of Harlan Ranch. I was raised by an immigrant mother and a father who was stuck in a wheelchair. I worked really hard to be able to live in Harlan Ranch, and I agree that everyone should be able to have affordable housing. The city of Clovis should have affordable housing. That is the goal. I understand that. I don't think any of us who live in Harlan Ranch are opposed to affordable housing, but the locations need to make logistical sense. And that 157 site and 197 site do not make logistical sense. And if it was formulated by a GIS system and there was no human input or any actual visualization of how the roads go into Harlan Ranch or how the freeway goes into Harlan Ranch, like a funnel, you would not be able to imagine how adding 300 to 400 more families would impact that neighborhood. That's the concern. It's not about the type of people. I am Latina. It's not about that. It's about the impact to the neighborhood, safety for our children, safety on the freeway, what would happen as we come home from working all day, what the impact to the school would be, and also Harlan Ranch is an HOA that is not gated. So that means our grounds, our common grounds, and our parks are city parks, and they're city grounds. However, the residents of Harlan Ranch pay for that, and the city of Clovis doesn't give as much of a supplement as what the needs are. So the impact financially to increasing the population to that extent would be on the residents of Harlan Ranch, and that does not seem very fair for that unique type of neighborhood. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Mike Pulowski. Excuse me. I live at 1859 Athens Avenue. Over, I think it's your second slide, there's a vacant property next to me, adjacent to me, and another vacant property, which I think is part of your study. I just want to remind you when I hear these environmental impact report waivers. I've lived there 5 years. There's the 5th generation of red-tailed hawks living in those trees, and they have an active nest. So be careful when it comes to those red-tailed hawks. They're covered under federal and state protections. And that's all I need to say about it. I know you'll do your due diligence, or the contractor will. Been involved in one of those before. It's really hard. Anyway, the other thing about the traffic surveys, about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, on a Monday, a third-party contractor came in and installed a traffic survey counter in front of my house. Tuesday morning, the street sweeper came by and ripped all the hoses out. So I would question any traffic survey done on the corner of Whitaker and Athens Avenue to be valid. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Hi, my name is Ashley. I'm a resident of Clovis. We've lived here for 7 years now, and we've purchased 2 homes during that period. And we chose Clovis specifically because of its reputation for being an accepting, wonderful place to live. We are a mixed family, so I have light skin, my husband has dark skin, my grandchildren have dark skin, and my daughter has mixed skin. So in terms of wanting to preserve the quality of life that we've enjoyed in Clovis, it does not have anything to do with skin color or being low income. So I came from a family raised by a single mother, raising 2 children in Indiana, southern Indiana, and our resources were limited. So that's just to give some context about me and my family. Our concerns have been echoed by the staff tonight and by many of the residents. And so I don't want to belabor those points. I just want to bring to the attention of the City Council that the parcels 157 and 197, if left undeveloped, say we adopt this resolution and we decide to move forward with the infill rezoning of these 2 parcels, but developers never decide to take on a project, this still is an issue for the neighborhood. They are eyesores. They are places where rodents are habitated. So we have the ground mice that have invaded, the rats, the mice, and if kids break in through the barrier fence that's been put up, they will ride their dirt bikes, and they've been known to light fires as young children sometimes get into mischief in areas like this. And so I agree that they need to be developed. I don't know if this project is the right project for them, as we are 3 miles from the closest community hospital. That would be Clovis Community. That's the location of our public transit. So unless you are arranging for private transit like an Uber or the smaller City Clovis buses, you would have to somehow make your way to Clovis Community Hospital by foot 3 miles away, and same for the grocery stores that were mentioned previously. So for folks who don't have access to a dedicated vehicle, or there's only 1 vehicle per family, that's going to be a problem. So just wanted to bring those issues to the City Council if we leave those plots undeveloped, even though we meet the requirement of the infill rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Hi, Matt Britter and Wes Britter, 1375 North Karen Avenue. We live right across the street from Garfield. So we're specifically talking about Site 72. I'm not here to say that first of all, you guys have a tough job because your hands are being forced, and I understand that. And it's not ideal in how you guys would normally do that. So we understand the frustration of that. Hence, we have frustration. I think 2 years ago, we saw a project come from John and Ron, so we know what's going to be put there or what they proposed, and all the neighbors that I see here tonight are all adamantly against it. And the one reason that I'm against it personally is because my son, on our way to school, we used to cross the street to go to Garfield, cut through. He was hit by a car, by a parent. Not maliciously, not by anybody's fault, it's an accident. Our only safe route is to go down that side of the street where that lot is. And we've seen the proposal where there is a driveway, 2 driveways for all of that to come out onto Peach. And when we talk about consistency, when we came to their office and listened to their proposal, I was the person that went and looked, what does the rest of Clovis Unified, Clovis North, and Clovis High, Buchanan, do around elementary schools? This would be the only exception where there will be high-density housing across the street from an elementary school. So you're setting new precedents by allowing that to happen. Now, the site that's there, the way it's zoned for homes is already set up. It's got a street that dead ends. It's perfect. At some point, you have to say, how much money do you really need on a piece of property? And is it good? And so what I'd say is that if you can look this kid in the eyes and tell him that your project is going to be safe for him to cross and he won't get hit, and the next generation of kids won't get hit by somebody that's in an accident, then tell him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angie Isaac, and I am also Latina. I come from a family of 12, and we started working out in the fields and worked our way up to where we are now. I am a resident of Harlan Ranch. I'm here tonight to urge the council to, if needed, to change the high-density family designation to senior or age-restricted affordable housing. Our community does not oppose affordable housing or the city's legal obligation. However, standard 3-story family apartments or 2-story apartments and homes are a severe infrastructure mismatch for Harlan Ranch. Senior housing offers a legally compliant compromise that works for everyone. First, this site is entirely vehicle dependent. There are no grocery stores or businesses within walking distance of this location, making a car an absolute requirement for everyday basic needs. Forcing hundreds of standard family units here will funnel an unsustainable number of new cars onto our roads and cause severe traffic congestion and daily safety on DeWolf and Owen Mountain Parkway. On the other hand, senior housing dramatically reduces peak hour traffic trips and utilizes specialized transit. Second, the rezone places an unfair financial strain on private HOA-funded infrastructure. Our neighborhood parks and trails are maintained entirely by our HOA, and dues are already heavily strained by rising costs. Because updated city guidelines remove developer requirements for internal playgrounds, the burden of providing recreational spaces for hundreds of new apartments will fall entirely on existing homeowners. Senior housing demands different amenities and will not overwhelm our infrastructure. Protect our neighborhood infrastructure while meeting state mandates by designating Harlan Ranch site for the affordable senior. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. It's on.
Barry Mott, 50 North Caesar. I only had one question on number 11 on your studies, whether it took into account expected pipeline system lifetime and how long it's been in service by the type of pipe. There's nothing worse than putting in a development and then 4 years later going back and replacing the pipe. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. Drew, I was interested in what you said about strip malls and looking at those type of things. Thank you.
Did we know what he was referencing, number 11 at all with regards to pipes?
I'm not sure what number 11 was
Okay.
referenced.
Very last.
Oh,
Okay. But I
oh,
think-
sorry, the number 11 from FAQ? Yeah, let me look it up.
Is it FAQs? Okay.
The question 11 relates to water and
Yeah,
sewer.
water sewer capacity. Mhm.
So if it was related to that, then I would say yes, the answer is that there is at a program level capacity for the sewer and water. And then as individual projects come in, they will be analyzed at that point.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. Go ahead.
I beg of you to please take care of our children. Peach and Niece is a disaster.
I don't know that young man, but two children, well, one is an adult, and that person died just trying to jog at Peach and Nice. And the other one is a child, he lived, but also died, hurt very badly at Peach and Nice by the school. It's horrendous. It's crazy. And what in the world are you thinking to put high-density housing next to an elementary school, a junior high, and a high school with teenage drivers, and people are double parked trying to pick up their kids, and people beeping at them and racing past them because they're double parked and they're trying to pick up their kids. It's a disaster. I don't even know how that would even just come into anybody's mind that a school can go next to high-density housing. That is just so wrong in every aspect.
What was your name? You willing to give your name for the record?
Joanne Franks.
Okay, thank you, Joanne.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Littman. I live at 1345 North Karen Avenue in Clovis. A lot of my neighbors are here. I wasn't even planning on coming tonight. My wife told me that we were both coming. She left, and she told me I was going to speak. So, yeah. So, a lot of my concerns have already been expressed by my neighbors. I actually live one house over from them. And part of what I heard, what we were discussing earlier, was whether a traffic study had been conducted. Because, like the rest, my concern has to do with safety. If you just visualize with your own eyes, I don't necessarily think a traffic study is even needed. If you walk to the corner of Peach and Nice at 7:40 in the morning or 3 p.m., you can see the chaos. There's Clovis PD is out there to make sure that things are going smoothly. There's a crosswalk. So right where this location is going to go, people are going to turn out, and there's one crosswalk that gets you across the street, and then there's another one, and people are coming from all over, and that's just the elementary school. And then to compact things, you also have a junior high, and you have a high school, all in this area with people coming from literally every side of the way. And I just think about my son. I have one who goes to Alta and one who goes to Garfield. And so right now, the one from Garfield doesn't want to go to school. He doesn't want to walk by himself, so he takes the scooter. So he drives his scooter right there and walks it across the crosswalk, and then rides it again and parks in there. And I mean, I already don't feel completely comfortable with him doing that because of the traffic, and I just can't imagine what it's going to be like at that point if 72 is approved and we're dealing with more residents, more cars, more traffic, no study. I mean, I understand our hands are tied, and I understand some of the locations just make more sense. You know, you have ones that are isolated, and it seems to me like this is really the only one that's located in a school zone. And I could tell you that, like, this is why we bought our house. Well, we bought our house in 2013 because we knew that our kids could go to Garfield Elementary School, and they could walk across the street, or my wife could walk them across the street, and then they could go to Alta and walk across the street, which my 8th grader does, and then they could go to Buchanan, and hopefully still walk, although they'll probably be lazy enough to drive by that age. But it's still like that. That's why we lived here. That's why we moved into this area. And there's concerns that were never a factor at the time that are here now if this gets approved. And kind of some of the questions that you were asking earlier is, look, I get it that we need to approve a lot of these, but my request would be really if we could put a hold on this one, we can, you know, it sounds like there's a couple that are at issue. If we could approve 15, I'm a lawyer, so I understand the judgment and I understand what the meet and confer and what has to be done. But all I'm asking is, can we put a hold on the ones that are real problematic or that we need more information on? And I understand it's hard to go find other ones. And I'm asking, okay, let's put a pause on 3 and we'll go find 3. I know it's going to be hard to find other 3, but why not try? I mean, I've seen.
David, can you conclude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
that's what I would ask. Anything's possible, and I do trust in God. I trust him here that if we can just say no to 72, that another option, a better option will come forward. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
I'm Steve Getman, 3270 Salem Avenue, Harlan Creek area. And I had a question that actually kind of came up because we were talking about the development. And this is about rezoning and developments later. But I know the Clovis Planning Department just passed, or commission just passed, changing the standards for apartment buildings that is actually relaxing the standards. You'll be getting that. So how do we maintain the standards of apartments when we're actually relaxing them? And she just mentioned it a few minutes ago, removing mandatory children's play areas. Where are those kids gonna go play? They're gonna be out in the neighborhoods during the summer. They're gonna be trying to get into the Harlan Ranch pool. They're going to be doing a lot of things. Open space, lowering overall minimum open space in the apartments. Windows, scrap the multi-story frost-free windows so that you can look into your neighbor's apartments and or single-family yards that are next to it. Parking, reduce the minimum amount of parking, which means if there's not enough parking there, there'll be parking in the neighborhoods. That creates a lot of problems too. And the other one was setbacks. Implement a standardized 15-foot setback requirement between apartment buildings and adjacent single-family homes. 15 feet between an apartment and a home. That's what's coming down the pike. So that's a question that you guys are going to be getting. And we always are focusing on the rezoning, but then this is the next thing. Then what's going to be the next thing, and what's going to be the next thing? The other thing is, have we been looking at any capital improvement programs for the Harlan Ranch area, for the traffic congestion that's there? I know that they want to put a roundabout at DeWolf and Owens Mountain. The problem with that is I think what was approved in either 2023 or 24 was in regards to a single lane roundabout there. That's ridiculous. And also, Owens Mountain does not go through and connect. And so what happens is the traffic is going through Richmond and Quincy. So there's no thoroughfare aside from Shepherd or 168 to get to Nees or to Temperance. So all the traffic's being channeled through there. Imagine what it's going to be like with another 700 cars 2 or 3 times a day, not counting Amazon, food deliveries, all that other stuff. And it's about, I agree with you, it's about the standard of living. I'm not against affordable housing. I was a principal for 30-some years in Fresno Unified, major, huge apartment complexes, great people that live there, but also you want them to have a nice standard of living too. And that's what Clovis is about. Why everybody here probably came to Clovis was because of the standard of living and what the city had to offer. So if we're going to do affordable housing, we need to offer the same for them and not lower our standards. So thank you, and thank you for your thoughtfulness and your questions tonight and your answers. It was great, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
My name is Cindy, and I'm totally disgusted with the comments that came from the council and from some of all you. I'm described as those people. I'm one of those people. I would never treat my fellow man like that, and I'm a Christian. And yeah, with God, anything and everything is possible. And this lawsuit is possible. And it was made because you guys were out of compliance. And your fellow right over here, Andy, he picked all the spots, everybody. My friend didn't pick them. Andy picked them. That's a fact, okay? So let's get truthful with your people, you guys. But I'm insulted when you all say those people. I'm one of those people. And let me tell you, the traffic around schools is a real problem here. My granddaughter goes to Jefferson on Shaw and Fowler. And every time I have to go there for all the things I support, And if it's something athletic, I'm parked on Shaw about a mile away, and I'm walking down that street sidewalk, and those cars are going about 50 miles an hour on Shaw, and probably about 40 to 50 on Fowler. So when you guys do all your studies, you got to go backtrack on that one, and make it safer for those students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion in-house. We're going to see if anybody online.
We don't have anyone with their hand raised,
Okay.
but we do have someone online. I'm not sure. Victoria, if you wanted to address, did you want to raise your hand?
Okay.
No, Mayor, we do not.
All right, we will go ahead and close the public portion. I just wanted to say that I did not hear any one of our residents disparage people who are of low income. Like we stated, nowadays it's our kids who can't afford some of the homes we have in Clovis, so it's us now too. So it's none of that. We as the council just want to make the right decision. And once again, with our city manager, I think that was done with both council with regards to the sites. So it was never something in which it was just one party. And so our city manager to our staff worked pretty diligently, also with our city attorney on this project, at least on this one and all the other programs from the lawsuit pretty diligently. And so I just wanted to commend our staff, but also defend them in the work that they've done. So go ahead, Matt.
No, after hearing everybody's comments and stuff, thank you all for being here tonight. I think it's very important when, our citizens come out and put their input in here because it means a lot to hear from you. I just wanted to say that I think we need to approve some of this tonight, but I'm okay with excluding 72, 157, and 197 from the process. I don't know if anybody wants to exclude any of the others, but, I do think that, the lawsuit's a lawsuit. We do have to acknowledge that, and we do have to move forward with part of this. But I do think there's options that have been brought forward for us to at least look at, finding options for these sites. And I know there's been some comments about 115 and 590 as well as potential. I didn't hear anybody speak about that tonight, but there has been number 3. So anyways, at least for me, 72, 157, 197, I would support removing from this process at this time, understanding the fact that we could end up with that back in our lap in 6 months or a year, or if Scott comes back to us in 90 days and says, the judge said, no, you have to do certain things, then, anything's possible, but at least for right now, that's kind of where I stand.
Is that a motion?
Go ahead, Lynn.
Is that a motion?
I don't know that I can make a motion yet, because I think
Okay, you want comments
You can
first?
still make a motion. Anyway, my comment, I agree with that. I think that, I do think the Harlan Ranch properties, for the reasons that we talked about, is putting houses out where people can't get anywhere to and from is weird, so. You know what,
Excuse
you've
me.
had your
I think-
chance.
yeah.
We're kind of done with you, chap, from the back row. So if you don't mind, we heard what you said, and no one said. Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, thank you. So I think that's right, and I think the Mr. Viet's food desert language that I guess I now have to give you credit for, I think is legitimate. The only other parcels that worry me are the what are the Sean Leonard ones? 56 and no wait.
115 and 590.
Oh my God. Are these any numerical order? This is so complicated. But, and the reason, I think the Harlan Ranch and the Sean Leonard are the same to me in that they're two large parcels next to each other. That to me doesn't seem fair. Those two designations of those two areas are about 30% of the entire units in this project. So I know taking them both out is like not a great thing for staff, but maybe one of them stays in at Sean Leonard, because I think that shopping center, that intersection is super intense, and there's really, it's got a long way to go to be finished. So I'm mindful of that. But I agree. I think we need to do some more work at the Harlan property, and then the Peach and East property, I think, is not too much in a space that is never going to accommodate any development. So saying it could be that, knowing full well it can never be that, because no one would ever be able to meet the development standards, doesn't make any sense. And to the principal, yes, on those, the development standards, I think you are exactly right. And I said to the city manager today, I'm going to vote no on all those if this goes through, because you can't have it both ways. You can't have more people and fewer standards. That's like a hard no. So I think we've got to do some work on that. I wish it's sort of out of order in my mind. I wish I could have done that first, but you are exactly right about that. So I think this council's made a commitment to hold on to the standards that are Clovis, which is why people want to live here. So we're going to do our very best to not let those go. But I support Matt, and I probably would include Sean Leonard just to do a little more thinking on Sean Leonard. Because I'm not sure we're headed down a path there that we probably can't sustain either. But I would agree with that. And one other thing, church property. Church property. Have we looked at church property as sites for potential housing? I think that's a state law now that you can use church property. In Southwest Fresno, they're developing some housing on church property. But if there's church property in any of our city limits that could be a possibility, it might be worth taking a look at. And the old movie theater and church property. Thanks.
Go ahead, Drew.
Do we have the ability to, as a council, say now to designate properties as senior housing or age restricted? Do we have that ability? I would imagine it's premature.
I asked that of staff. That was like my first question in all of this was if we could have, again, that flexibility and kind of local oversight, and was told, no, that violates state law.
Yeah, that's correct. We can't designate certain sites for only senior affordable housing or disabled affordable housing or anything like that, no.
And to Lynn's point about the church property, there's a church right on Third Street that has been vacant for quite a while. There's the other one that is already the existing elderly housing that we're hoping to get. But I think if we can approve some of these, like Matt's talking about, and reshuffle the deck and get a little creative with the commercial property that apparently we're not being able to get into, but I know that there were places in Southern California that converted malls into housing. And if it takes a road trip, I think Matt and I and the city manager are going to be in Anaheim next month. I'm happy to go take a look at them.
Any other comments? Okay. Just a question on the larger parcels. Is there a way to break them down too? So in other words, instead of 20 acres, they'll just do sort of a smaller portion of it.
I mean, that's a possibility where we'd have to go through that parcel map process, and I think that's what adds additional restrictions to trying to easily accommodate the units.
Yeah.
It's another layer of requirement that we have to go through to parcelize. But yes, a 20-acre parcel could be subdivided to 10.
I would put that as another tool there, an option for us to sort of make it more reasonable, some of these larger sites. Yeah. Anything else? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can clarify, Councilmember Ashbeck, if you were to remove one of the sites near Shaw and Leonard, which site would it be? Would it be 590 or 115?
I would probably need to see the map.
Yeah,
I mean, I know the intersection, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah,
what-
115 is on Leonard. Oh, sorry, I think I just passed it. It's the one on the right. That's the one on Leonard, just north of Shaw. So that's on the right side of the screen, and then I'll take you to 590. Oops. And then 590 is on the right side of the screen. That's on Shaw Avenue on the north side.
So I'm not smart enough to pick, and the reason I don't know is because when you think about the future growth at Shaw and Leonard and the underground crossing and the more the retail, I guess I need to see the lid to the puzzle. I need to see all the pieces before I would say which one. I mean, I could look at a map and choose either one, but to me, it's the larger context. 10 years from now, Shaw and Leonard is going to look like Herndon and Clovis, probably. So I don't know if with that vision, which one I would take out, I guess is what I would say. So I would count on you, or we can look at the lid to the puzzle to see what it looks like, but hard to pick out right now.
Okay.
And the same might be true at Harlan Ranch. I mean, I think whoever made the point, I think she might have left, but Ashley, I think was her name, but that parcel that has been empty for so long, that isn't what you bought. So that in itself is a problem. So I don't know if leaving one of those available for commercial development at some point or whatever people thought it was going to be. But that's a question I don't have enough information right now to answer.
Okay, I'll make a
Okay,
motion.
go ahead.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that as far as the infill rezone part of this, is that we approve 15 of the 20 sites while removing sites 197, 157, 72, 115, and 590.
Okay, should we do A first? I'll remember those, but
Let's not
Scott,
get
how does it work?
confused.
Do we need to approve this environmental
Yes, you can
assessment? I
improve.
don't remember your parcels again.
I got it written down. We're good.
Okay, good.
As
So
far
if you can motion for A first, and then we'll go down for B and then C.
A would not require such a modification to the units
Yeah.
or any specific identification.
But for B and C, the exact parcels that Matt listed out should be noted in the motion. Okay, got it.
All right, so I'll make a motion under section A, consider approval, a resolution of the city council adopting an environmental assessment pursuant to government code section 65759 for general plan amendment 2024-003 and rezone 2024-002.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, under section B, my motion is to make an amendment to the resolution of city council approving the general plan and associated specific master plans to redesignate the 20 parcels from 20 to 15 under the high-density and very high-density residential by removing units 197, 157, 72, 115, and 590.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
No.
carries. Okay, one opposition, so. Yeah. 4-1.
Okay, under section C, an ordinance of the city council approving a rezoning of 20 parcels to be from 20 parcels to 15 parcels, and those removed 5 parcels being 197, 157, 72, 115, and 590 for the multifamily very high-density zone districts.
Second.
We have a motion second.
Mayor, are we going to be able to get anywheres in here directing staff to do what we've been asking them to do, looking at church property, business? Is that going to, because if we vote on C, then I don't think we got anything left.
Well, I think we've gotten
We've
that
heard the direction.
direction.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I think we'll need to go back to the drawing board as it is, so.
Yes.
We have motion second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you very much, staff. George?
Thanks,
go ahead.
everybody.
Mayor,
Go ahead, George.
just a clarifying question. The sites that were removed, are they a definite removal?
Well,
So not to be revisited again?
Yeah, I mean, for the record, I don't think, I mean, they were not approved tonight. It doesn't require, or doesn't mean that they can't be brought back at some point in the future if we
Well,
aren't able to identify other ones.
Well, and I think the lawsuit determines a lot of that,
Correct.
too. for
The environmental
future
was,
use, so.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The environmental was approved for all 20. So if we were to bring any of those 5 back at some point, months from now, obviously they'd be renoticed, everything else, but they could be approved based on the environmental that was approved. If additional sites need to be identified and are proposed to be included as so-called replacement sites, we'll have to go through an entire process for that. We'll also have to update the environmental for any of those additional properties that were not in the environmental assessment tonight.
Did that answer your questions, George?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
And thank you, Mackenzie and staff. I know you guys did a lot of work, so we appreciate you.
Thank you for having a smile when you said, we'll be back.
Okay. All right, this time we'll move to city manager comments. Andy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to highlight, our Family Fun in the Park is continuing on with this week at West Cal 2 Park. Movie night at the park is coming up at Bicentennial Park, Pasatiempo. No, we're good. That's good.
Thanks for being here.
I can't even, anything I say is like under-exaggerating what it's like over there at Peach.
Yeah, I can, yeah. So great
Thank
to
you
see you.
again. Good to see you.
We have our senior prom at the Clovis Senior Activity Center coming up on August 15th. And this picture was sent to us.
Oh, cool.
If it looks familiar to you, that is Clovis's, I believe it's an F-18.
Okay, how do you know it's really the plane without our logo just touched up? We're right there on it.
Well,
Just saying.
Mr. Matthew Weiss captured that picture.
Yes, that would be me of little
And
faith.
he asked for a little bit of credit for taking it, but we appreciate him sending it in, and it's nice to know that Clovis is flying high.
I love that. That's great.
With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, last week I sort of did not allow any discussion. I know that Lynn got a couple words in, so I wanted to go ahead and start this week with our Mayor Pro Tem and allow her to go first. So go ahead, Diane.
All right. Thank you. At the end of last week's meeting, I asked for the courtesy to respond after the mayor went on a long critique of me, but he then used his power as mayor in running the meeting to deny me that opportunity. That move was highly disrespectful and really poor Vong. I only had a couple sentences in response at that time, but now I've had the benefit of an entire week to think through, listen back to, and hear from many people about the over 30-minute episode that transpired. I actually think someone who weighed in on my Facebook page described it well. He said, "I don't think attacking you is quite the right phrasing. It was more like they were reprimanding you as if you were a young child, which I found extremely disgusting and distasteful on their part. I can only imagine what you must have felt. I agree that the entire topic was completely crossing the line of the duty of our city council. I also felt there was an unspoken agenda in play. I also think it was absolutely wrong of Mayor Vong to cut you off at the end of his quote-unquote sermon, especially after Councilmember Ashbeck was given the opportunity to get her 2 cents worth in. He said, I will be tuning into next week's council meeting to hear you, if I heard Mayor Vong correctly, to hear your soliloquy. I even felt humiliated. And so I want to start by reiterating my belief that what went down last week was incredibly inappropriate and a disservice to the residents of Clovis and even to our city staff. I had a conversation previously months ago with Councilmember Bessinger where we discussed my commitment to keep my campaign for Fresno County Supervisor out of these chambers and off this dais. So it was really disappointing that the person who started it off was Councilmember Bessinger. Nothing Councilmember Ashbeck does surprises me. She was actively working against me during my campaign for this seat, has come after me repeatedly during my term here, and will almost certainly continue after I leave this council. But I will say this, I may be the youngest member of this council, but I'm not your daughter or your kid's sister, and don't need to be lectured by anyone on this dais. Now to address the transportation tax measure and some of the points the mayor brought up last week. He noted multiple times that the voters shouldn't be scared about this measure and said, don't be afraid. He said it as though the people, myself included, who raised concerns about the realities of what this measure would do were just using fear tactics and that none of it was accurate. So I want to make sure that I am super clear when I say this. I do not want anyone to be afraid that this measure is trying to get you out of your car. I want you to be informed that when questioned by Supervisor Nathan Magzig about the restrictions this measure has in place on adding lanes for cars, which would reduce traffic, the supporters acknowledged that, and I quote, over time, the intent is to encourage more alternative transportation options, such as cycling, greater efforts at transit ridership, ride sharing, things like carpooling, van pooling. All of these alternative transportation options over time would encourage reduced traffic. There is also quite a bit of concern that when it comes to the prescriptive nature of this measure, there's lots of shall type language that doesn't leave flexibility for the jurisdictions. That if any jurisdictions, but let's say Clovis, decides that one of the elements prescribed by this measure, like a protected bike lane, for example, isn't feasible for one of our projects, and we proceed to use funds from this measure for that project, that if it is determined that our finding of it not being feasible is incorrect, that we would have to pay that money back. The mayor stated that our staff and our council would determine feasibility, and people shouldn't be scared. I don't want anyone to be afraid that this measure is going to result in litigation for our city over whether or not an element of this measure was feasible. I want you to be informed that when questioned about the possibility of prosecution or liability, if an audit process determined that a jurisdiction's finding of infeasibility was incorrect and they could not offer any assurance, only that, and I quote, they do not believe that was the intent of that provision. There are ambiguities, vague language that will have to be further vetted. And I could repeat that exercise many more times, but the bottom line is you don't need to be afraid. Many of you have taken the opportunity to read the measure for yourself and inform yourself that these concerns that have been raised are real. The progressive elements of this measure that many of us have highlighted are not boogeymen in a dark closet, but written right there in black and white in the measure. Don't be afraid, be informed. Like I said, I could give examples with the problems with the language and crafting of the measure, but I want to move past that measure itself, as really the entire conversation did last week. We moved beyond the concerns about the measure and into significant and shocking concerns about the lengths to which the supporters of this transportation tax measure will go to circumvent the process and force their way of getting this on the November ballot. The supporters of this tax measure asked Sacramento to interfere in this Fresno County issue, and our mayor signed a letter asking Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria and State Senator Ana Caballero to remove our local control and subject this entire county to Sacramento and Governor Newsom's decision on this Fresno County issue. Let me be clear. The Board of Supervisors followed the process as set out by our local election law. At least we saw our Clovis elected officials, Assemblymember David Tongapaw and State Senator Shannon Grove, speak out and vote against this government overreach and erasure of local control. It really is no wonder that the mayor's letter was written to progressives like Esmeralda Soria and Ana Caballero, and not our own David Tongapaw or Shannon Grove. If you're looking for the heavy hand of government and the stripping of local control in favor of authoritarian mandates, you'd never go to Tongapaw or Grove. This new development with the governor's stamp of approval really makes this Gavin Newsom's transportation measure now, as was noted this morning on the radio by Jeff Aiello. Honestly, one should really wonder why the proponents of this measure are so desperate to rush this on the November ballot. As it stands right now, everyone will get their chance to vote on this measure. No one has lost that right. Why are they so impatient that they want to scare everyone into thinking this can't wait until March 2028? Everyone understands the speed of government. So it begs the question why the supporters of this measure, the state legislature, and Governor Newsom would write and enact a new state law targeting a single county over a single decision in just 1 week's time. When addressing the real concerns people have about the contents of the measure and how so many questions can't be answered that cause significant liabilities for our cities, they say, don't be afraid, don't be scared. But when they are told the measure will be on the March 2028 ballot for people to vote on, all of a sudden, fear is the operative feeling to instill. The truth is, I don't think the voters of Clovis were going to vote in favor of this measure, but now that it would bear the distinction of being on their ballot, courtesy of Gavin Newsom, I really don't think Clovis is interested in supporting it. I have nothing else.
Thank you. We'll start with Matt.
I got nothing.
Councilmember Bessinger.
I also have nothing.
Councilmember Ashbeck.
I have so much, but I'm going to say nothing except this. I think that I would like to ask for a workshop on SB 9. I meant to do it last week. So over near my house, the corner of Gettysburg and Armstrong, we approved a 17 lot, single family neighborhood by Gary McDonald, right?
Correct.
And it went along and it went along, and that's all great. And a few weeks ago, my neighbor, nosy neighbor, no, I'm kidding. He drove in there and he was just talking to the foreman, and he realized that they were building SB9 allowed ADUs. So on 2 lots, is that right? On the east, westernmost 2 lots, there are 6 houses? 6 houses on 2 lots at the end of this street. So I get SB9, we didn't love it, but I don't think we have anything like this in Clovis yet. So I would love to have either a workshop with us or the Planning Commission. And in my mind, with all due respect to Gary McDonald, this is really, what's that called? Bait and switch. So you sell to the neighborhood 16, what'd you just tell me that? I already forgot. 17 lots. It's past my bedtime. 17 lots, 34 cars, blah, blah, blah. And now you have 6 houses on 2 lots, and I don't know what's planned for the remainder. And it's very shocking. The houses are so, I mean, to say they're close together, it's not even, it's an understatement. So I would like to understand that. We're going to see more of that. And I'd like to know from city attorney or others, what do we get to say about that? Do we get to require them to tell the neighbors? I know the answer is no. Can we ask them to tell the neighbors? Can we put up a sign in front that says, guess what, this isn't what you thought? It's super unfair to the neighborhood. So I was very surprised. Haven't seen this yet, but I would love to understand. We're going to see more of that, what people should expect, and why no conversation to anyone was required to change that, how many lots again? 17, 16, whatever you said, that many lots, to now a neighborhood of ADUs.
Yeah, we can provide that maybe during our joint meeting with the Planning Commission. That
Yeah.
could be a good opportunity for that, but we'll look at calendars and come
But
back.
if you
with
want
an
to see
update.
something that's pretty shocking, drive into that neighborhood, because you sort of go.
I think those are the same ones on Peach and Gettysburg, right? The same sort of
Similar, but a
yeah.
little bit more lots, more intense.
More,
Yeah.
yeah,
So-
yeah. It's shock. I mean, it's really, and they're probably going to be fine and all of that, but it's just not what the developer sold to our community. And so it's, I'm super disappointed, but I would like to understand more, and I'd like our residents to be aware that when there's a single-family development coming along, not that I couldn't do that on my own lot, I guess, by SB9's rights, I could do that. But anyway, it's pretty shocking. So I would like to have some understanding about that. And I'd love to understand why Mr. McDonald didn't tell anybody. I just don't get that. So, thank you.
And to add, you're doing ADUs with SB9, right? Because I think that's sort of the trend down south, where ADU development is just
But like
the
a
biggest.
whole neighborhood of ADUs?
Yeah, they're advertising like crazy. I have friends down there who develop, and all they're doing is ADUs, because they have no more room to grow, right? So it's just all ADU business.
I think it's one thing to have a single-family home, like I live in a house, and then I build an ADU. That's what an ADU is,
Yeah.
an access. But this is a neighborhood potentially of just ADUs. So
Yeah.
you're not really an accessory dwelling unit, you are the dwelling unit.
Yeah.
That's where I just don't understand.
you
And maybe there's a
combine the
limit,
two-
I don't know, but I'd love to understand what it's like, because I just don't think anybody expected that, so, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to thank Chad and I think CalEd, our city, hosted a lot of economic development directors here at the Chicos tonight. And so must have been at least 40 people just coming down from different cities, and they got a chance to see Old Town. So very nice. And so great job on that. And then I just want to say, Diane, this is great, because that's what I wanted, just to be able to discuss the issues of the matter instead of discussing the names that go with the positions that we take. So that's all my comment last week was. So I thank you for that. I think that's healthy now that we can actually talk about paragraphs and wording versus names of me because I did it, or names of you because you did. Well, I never did that, so no names there. So that's all I wanted. So I thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think that's healthy for our residents to hear us debate sort of content versus character itself. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And then with that, we're going into closed session. We have one item, and so we are adjourning conference with labor negotiators agency designated representatives Andy Hauser, Paul and Amy Hans, Bethany and Scott Cross. And this is regarding our transit employees bargaining unit. So, anything to report out?
We're not requesting
Okay.
action by council that would need to be reported tonight.
Okay, so we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, there were no public comments.
Sorry.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website